I just need the music up. Mm. Yeah, gonna be pretty straightforward tonight, I think. Since this is technically kind of my week off. I I guess sort of. I don't even know anymore. I may not be going for as long as I normally do. And I'm certainly not really scheduling things out. And there goes my phone. And I certainly won't be scheduling things out nearly as much as I normally would. But today, I still felt like going live, and I felt like I wanted to try out the holiday DLC. I'd be cleaning up Santa's workshop. It's only one level, but it's supposed to be a real big one. So I have no idea how long this will take me. If we end up finished before that, before like a normal stopping point for me, I don't know. I don't know. We'll see, okay? Alright. Let's just get into it. If people show up, they show up. They don't? Eh, they don't. Anyhow. Crunch Bob. What? Thank goodness there's someone on Santa's list who's really good at power washing and keeping secrets. It's exactly what we need right now. As you can probably gather, Santa's workshop has seen better days. Even before, every day before yesterday, in fact. Since yesterday, it's become coated in a mixture of soot and the gloopiest, stickiest, most delicious mess ever. With only one sleep left till Christmas and still so much to do, we're needing our very own Christmas miracle. Alright, so obviously this is written a little incorrectly. It should be, this is the post-Christmas hullabaloo, the party they do to celebrate a job well done. But you know, they're panicked. They're probably not thinking super clearly, so we'll just let it slide. Okay. Ooh, for some reason, this view is messing with my head. Okay. Let's take a look around first. Okay, wow. Yeah, this is, I would call this pretty big. Well, nothing to do now, but just get going. It was Christmas Eve, a night we look forward to for one special reason. Uh-huh. Let's get a short extension on. There we go, that's a little better. It's the night that our inventor, Ivernidia, pitches next year's star toy to Santa. Ivernidia, what? However, this year Ivor was told to carry them through to Santa's office in a big box to stop any peeks. Okay. We knew they had to be really good. Let's get these closed first, I guess. Yeah, I didn't really advertise this stream before today, or even plan for this stream before today, but I guess we might as well figure out how people learn about me. Like, if people are learning about me from Twitch's native discovery stuff, then people will still show up regardless, and if my social media presence, small as it is, has a lot to do with why people come over, then I'll also know that, I suppose. I hope everyone had a good Christmas, or if you don't celebrate Christmas, I hope you had a good last couple of days there. Mine were pretty good. I'll probably save actually, like, going super in-depth with anything until I'm not just talking to myself. Or at least feel better about just talking to myself. But, I didn't get everything that I was expecting, which, when I say it like that, I feel like it makes me sound really spoiled, which, well, it's not my intention. More that I wasn't expecting what I did get, which, you know, that can actually be kind of a nice surprise. I very firmly know that I am an adult now because I was pleasantly surprised to get a whole bunch of really nice, kind of quirky, kind of cool, like, platter and dish sets. It's from this line called Calamity Ware, where it looks like this traditional, like, fine china, blue and white patterning and such, but all of the actual patterns depict things like alien invasions, or giant robots, or Bigfoot, or zombie poodle attacks. So we have enough now, though, that we can actually start getting rid of some of our own, our old dishware, the stuff that we've basically had since my partner Epitome was in college, and could probably be retired safely. I wonder how nice. Can I take these off? Oh. I also might be popping in and out here a little bit, just as a heads up. Because I have chat right now to find some people to play around with, as I am trying to do more of that. To treat myself, you know?
Abracazemlin, you are a little gremlin.
Well, 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 Zira. How's it going? I just want you to know, Zira, that... Oh, hold on, let me zoom out a bit. There we go. Well, Zira, I want you to know that you... That's right, Zira, I'm talking about you. You are my little PogChamp, and nothing will change that. How you doing today, Zira? Sorry, I'm just checking someone. Got a chat window open in the background since I am also shamelessly using this time to troll for potential playmates later. It's been a long day, you just need some nice affirmations from a dear friend. Well, unfortunately for you, I'm afraid I can't do that, Zira, because I am part deer friend, but I'm mostly rabbit friend. I'm sorry. I can try and see. I can try and see if Gyaru's about. She's a deer friend. She might be able to help you out. Gosh, how are we supposed to get behind here? Very difficult. Oh, thank you for the head pat. Oh, all this integration stuff has reminded me that I am trying to figure out what I want to do with all of the new stuff that VTube Studio has added. And not only that, there's going to be even more stuff that's being added to my toolbox, because it seems like the advanced program that a lot of people were using, well, gosh, what was it called? VBridger. VBridger said that they had a big announcement today. I haven't checked on it, but it should be out by now. And if it is what I'm hoping it is, it will be an announcement that it's no longer requiring you to have an iPhone or some kind of Apple product to use the camera for that. And if that's the case, that could be a game changer, because that is like a whole nother level of accuracy and detail that I could do with mouth rigging. Of course, I would have to learn how VBridger works first, which, from what I've heard from my friend Hemlock, who also works with it, is a freaking nightmare. But, gotta get on that grind, I guess, you know? But you are a wonderful companion yourself, Zira. And I hope whatever has happened to you today, or however long it's been since you've been feeling down, I hope that it passes and you're in sunnier skies ahead. But yeah, I had a pretty good holiday. On the 24th, I went down to visit my Mama Bun and Papa Deer. Got to see some of my other relatives, not like a super extended family, but some of the other relatives that I don't see as often, and relatives that have little ones of their own. So it's always fun seeing how little kids react to stuff like the holidays. Hello, Char. How are you doing? I see you got that new name set up for your streaming. I'm very excited. That design is super cute. Doing good. I'm glad to hear that. I am too. So yeah, we had a soup party, which is something that we tried out new this year. It basically just means that the three families involved, well, the three parts of the family, my parents, myself, and my sibling, each bring a separate soup to the event. And I did my basic French onion soup with crostini, cheesy crostini on the side, and apparently it was just a huge hit, which amazes me because it's super basic. Like it's a dirt simple recipe, really, and I really don't divert too much from just it as written, but it was a huge hit, which was a fantastic ego boost for me, I will say. Thank you. You got an update on the model that I don't know if I shared yet. Ooh. Well, if you did not share, I would be more than happy to take a look at that. That sounds very fun, if you ask me. Nice. Ooh, a map, huh? World map. Yeah, it sounds about right. Oh, this is gonna be difficult to... It's gonna be a real difficult map to clean just because of how much verticality there is going on here. Okay, how do I want to do this? I guess we'll see how much I can get with, just from the ground. You know, so one of the things that I do want to talk about as we get closer to the end of the year, first off, if you haven't heard, we are going to be celebrating a belated 1,500 follower milestone with a community night on the 31st. So I am going to, starting tomorrow, run a poll in the Discord. And if you would like to participate, it's going to be a bunch of possible games that we could play or things that I could do to celebrate the community. So if you want to have any input on that, then that's where you can do so. And if you want to join in, I'm going to be running it out of the Discord's voice channel. And if you just want to participate in the audience or any other way, it's going to be the 31st, starting at 6 p.m. EST and going until midnight. Okay, so now that I have that taken care of, that said and done, I am also trying to figure out what sort of things I would like to do in the future, in the year to come. And one of the ones that I am thinking of, if I can find myself a camera to work with, would be trying to do some cooking streams. And I am curious if that's something that people would be interested in. Me trying to give some... Oh gosh, what happened to this health? Me trying to give some cooking lessons, some tips. I am not a professional by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not even, I would say, particularly well-trained, since it's mostly just self-taught stuff and things that I picked up from watching folks on the Food Network. But if you're interested in that, let me know. And if there's anything else you'd like to see me do, let me know too. I definitely am still planning to... At this point, I feel like it's a running joke. I am still planning to run a second RPG campaign. Possibly even more if I can. I would love to do more than... Well, I would love to do more than one, certainly. At least two, maybe even three? I don't know. But anywho, that's definitely going to be one of the things that I'm going to be trying to do moving into the next year. But if there are other things that people would be interested in seeing me do, I'd love to hear about it. So, yeah. I guess that's my, my call to action. Hey, what would you like to see me try doing next year? Hello, hello, Jeannie. I hope you're doing well. You are? Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Oh, right, I was talking about the rest of my holiday. So, yeah, that was the 24th. We went down to visit my mama bun, my papa dear, my siblings, family too. Had a wonderful time with that. I got some new dishes and plateware, which I am very excited about, which is how you know I've finally become a boring adult. And then yesterday, on the 25th, we went to see Epitome's moms. It was a real small affair. We went over there, it took us a couple of hours. We hung out for a couple of hours. We we had dinner, unwrapped gifts, had a bunch of desserts too. Pretty simple, but really nice stuff in the way that, like, just being able to be in a private, intimate space with other people is, you know? But anywho, the one thing that I wanted to avoid going into it was watching It's a Wonderful Life, because, you know, I have nothing against the work of Mr. Jimmy Stewart, but it's just not really my thing. It as a movie kind of grates on me, and I haven't been able to hear it the same way since I realized that a Jimmy Stewart impression is only like 5 degrees of separation away from a Lady Gaga impression. And I don't know what to do with that information now that it's in my life. But what we did end up watching, more than expected, the last few days, is Die Hard. I'm sure a lot of you have seen the movie. I'm sure a lot of you have opinions on if Die Hard is a Christmas movie or not. Personally, the first one, I don't really think so. It's just a movie that happens to have some connections to the holiday, but it doesn't really have much to say about Christmas. The second one definitely, and not just because there's a there's a random Italian American guy springing up every 5 minutes to say a Merry Christmas. But so I watched Die Hard for the first time last Sunday, when I was hosting a movie night in the server for it, right? Well, the Sunday before last. Then that same night, I saw that in the Last Seahorses Discord server, they were also hosting the first and second Die Hard movie as a viewing party. So I was like, okay, sure, why not? Okay, so that's Die Hard count 2. Jump to Saturday, and Nia's server, Elfgal Goes, you know, Griselda's niece. She is holding a movie night, which also turns out to be Die Hard, which I was like, okay, you know what? Rule of 3, this is when it gets really funny. But then, wouldn't you know it, Christmas Day, the Paramount Channel has decided, hey, you know what we've got to show?
Die Hard. So I am now up to seeing that, gosh, I'm up to seeing that, what, 5 times? No, 4 times at that point. But the night before that, Christmas Eve, I wanted to share watching it with Epitome since he had never seen it. So I watched it a 5th time, Christmas Eve, so 5 times total now. And then, wouldn't you know it, it turns out it wasn't just the Paramount Channel showing Die Hard for the holidays. It was showing Die Hard and then an encore screening of Die Hard for the holidays. So, over the course of the last 2 weeks, I have watched that movie 6 times. And you know, it's a fantastic movie, really well made. I think I could probably do without seeing it for a while, though. But yeah, Christmas Day was also quite nice. I also had some really nice heart-to-hearts with my partners. I got to share a lot of feelings. I cried a lot, but that's not super unusual for me these days. Everyone was hard at work. Hey, J-Deg. Hey, J-Deggy, how's it going? Well, it is Boxing Day, the day you're supposed to gather your loved ones and friends near and punch the shit out of each other. At least that's my understanding of it. Bangs was testing the durability of their rocket ships on the ceiling while Mullet, well, that's a name, was fine-tuning the high notes of their xylophones. Across the way, High Top Fade had made some planes with precision engineering, whilst Pompadour had made some dolls... Oh, okay. Why are all of the elves named after hairstyles? Or, I guess, parts of hairstyles? Because Bangs, that's not a hairstyle, that's just something you can do with a hairstyle. Break some noses, maybe some teeth, maybe kiss appropriate properties. Sure, why not? How you doing, by the way? He became a diehard, not by choice. Like, granted, the first 4 times were by choice, 5 and 6, at that point, even I was like, okay, this is a little excessive. Oh, also, very important to note, if you haven't seen the update yet, look up there in the top left corner of the screen. I now have a timer, which will let all of y'all know when I am going to have ad breaks. This way, we don't have any pre-rolls to worry about. And at the very least, you have some way of knowing when it's coming. So, yeah, hopefully this solves at least some of the problems that we've been having with ads. And if it doesn't, let me know. But yeah, that was my holiday. What about everyone else? Did you do anything nice for yourselves, I hope? Okay. Yeah, I think I want to go start at the top, go to the bottom, so that we have, well, so we don't have to do the ceiling later, mainly. Okay, we got that. Oh. You got a new messenger bag and a leather notebook. Ooh. Sounds nice. What do you use the notebook for? And a sock monkey? Oh. Oh, was it the kind of classic sock monkey where it's sort of like white and gray with like the red stitching? You got food, board games, presents. Ooh, what kind of board games? You know, speaking of mushrooms, Char. Well, actually, I don't know if Char can hear me right now because there's ads, and I don't think that she has a subscription. So I'll wait until she gets back. There we go. Wingspan, a fascinating game. Never heard of it. What's the elevator pitch for Wingspan? Also, Char, speaking of mushrooms, my mama bun got me this really, really pretty maxi skirt that was it was like it's this nice autumnal brown, and it has a it has a fairy circle of mushrooms around the bottom of it, so it's like a portable fairy circle. She got me that and this really, really cute crocheted mushroom shaped purse, which hasn't come in yet, but it will come in next month. Sorry, I had to share that with you since, you know, you are a mushroom. I thought you could appreciate it. Um, 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 um. But yeah, this is what I have planned for tonight, but I'll be honest, if we finish this early, or like with any amount of time left in the stream, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I don't even know if I'm gonna want to continue streaming after that. We're gonna have to play it by ear, I guess. You could watch Die Hard? I don't think I can watch Die Hard on stream. Like, I know that Twitch's copywritten media recognizing program is not the greatest, but I feel like if I just straight up screened 1988 classic Die Hard in my Twitch, they would probably catch on. Mayhaps. Well, I'm sure there's something we could do. Maybe we could do some tier ranking lists for funsies. Maybe we could play Escape Simulator. I think that also got a holiday update. By the way, if anyone has suggestions of games that we could play for community night, which again, we're going to be celebrating our 100 or 1,500 follower milestone with a New Year's Eve community night party. So if there are any games, ideally games that are free to play or that a lot of people would probably have, that people would like to play with me for that party, let me know, because I really want to play games with as many of y'all as I can. And it's going to be hard if I don't know what games people have. Play Gunfire? I might be able to do Gunfire. But yeah, if anyone has suggestions or something that we can do for community night, please let me know. Unknown Underground? What's that? Oh, also, hey Nina! How's it going? I hope you have been having a wonderful holiday. Battle Royale game that looks like Oh, player unknown, that PUBG. Um, I mean, I have never once played a battle royale. Oh, okay, no, that's a lie. I did accidentally play a battle royale once before and really didn't enjoy it. I mean, I could try it. I will fail, but I could try it if that's what people want to play. Hey, Heavy. Yeah, like, the games in question don't necessarily have to be free. Ideally, they would be, but also just games that a lot of people happen to already have that would want to play multiplayer with. Majestic little creature, ain't it? Well, I'll take it into consideration. But yeah, if anyone has suggestions, please let me know. Because I am not the most linked in to what people are playing. So, I don't know. I would not know on my own. Okay, still got some on this wall. Or this support beam, rather. There we go. Okay. The elves messed this place up. They really did. These are very irresponsible elves. They probably have, like, decent unions and job security, though, which is why, there isn't more pushback from management. They bribe management with milk and cookies? You know, that's a good point. They might very well be doing that.
Abracabormal. Go back to normal. There we go. Where am I missing still on this?
There we go. Okay. I think if I ever have children, which I mean, I might end up wanting when I get older. If I ever have children of my own, I think when they get old enough to question if Santa exists, I think I want to explain that the true meaning of the season isn't Santa Claus. It's the Christmas spirit. That is to say, the ghost of Santa Claus, which possesses everyone who celebrates it and uses their bodies for good and giving gifts and taking care of people. Will that probably mess my children up? Yeah. Probably. But I think that the Holy Ghost, or the Holiday Ghost, the Holy Ghost and the Holly Ghost, the two spirits of the season. How do I get it? Is that really the top of that slide? I don't know if I'm cut out to be a parent. Yeah. I did that too because since there's no way for me to get rid of ads altogether, I think it's less frustrating to have to deal with timed ads than it is pre-roll ads, and it's a lot more accessible to people coming in from raids. So I decided to make the switch and found the ad timer to use. If you're interested in trying it out for yourself and your streams, well, for anyone who streams in here, I've got a link to the tutorial maker and the coding person that I used. Damn, where am I missing with this? Okay, so it's not here, but it is here. Maybe it's something up here?
Hmm.
I don't really see it. So I might have to just give it a once-over with the spray nozzle. Damn, where is this? There we go, finally. Oh, what? It was a separate one? There we go. Okay, now let's get this beam. No, I'm stuck! Is it just me, or does it feel like the longer I'm in this map, the smaller the character is getting? Oh. High-top Fade suspected a fault on one of their planes and was about to give it a test flight when Ivor came skipping into the workshop carrying their box of secrets. Distracted, High-top Fade launched their plane across the room where, in a one-in-a-million shot, it wedged itself deep in the mechanism of the present wrapping machine. Uh-huh. Boom, 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 boom. There we go. Okay, now let's do the ceiling pan. Oh, wait, no, we still need to do this frame. Ah. Oh, wow, that was easy. There we go. Bum 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 bada bum 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 bada bum 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 bada 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 ba 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 bum bada ba ba bada bada ba ba. We'll be right back. I gotta take care of something real quick. There we go. Ba 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 ba.
the weakest nozzle is gonna take a while, but honestly, sometimes that's kind of nice. Gives you time to just space out and think about other stuff. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Char, I absolutely love the design update. She is so cute! You are so cute! Thank you very much for sharing. You're welcome! Did you see the heart on the palm? Oh! Now I did? That is so cute! Oh, I love this. It's gonna be such a cute model. Let's hope it doesn't clash with your voice. But honestly, I don't think your voice is really that bad. There's always voice training if you think it would make you more comfortable with it. And honestly, there's a lot of people out there who do totally silent streams or use voice modulators, and there's no shame in that. Do whatever makes you comfortable. There we go. I think we got all of the ceiling done. Awesome. Hey. Let's see, have I done all of the column? No. Oh wait, no, that's a balcony. True, true, like Zentrea. Yeah. Honestly, it's kind of remarkable how one of the biggest names in English corporate VTubing, I don't think anyone has ever actually heard her voice. Be as big as Zen. Char Dream. Yeah. I think having at least kind of had an education in acting, that's kind of prepared me for a lot of the disappointment that comes with trying to make it big in an entertainment industry role. But, you know, if I had just given up, I wouldn't be in the position that I am now, where Oh wait, actually no. Okay, it looks like we haven't quite hit the follower milestone. I am still going to have a holiday party, though, anyway, because even though we haven't hit 1,500, y'all still deserve it. You make one person happy, that's good with you? That's the idea. I don't know where it got the numbers crossed, but regardless, I still want to do something special for all of y'all for New Year's Eve. Looks nice and comfy outside. Yeah, a little... I don't think I'm supposed to be looking at it this closely, but, like, from here... from here it looks okay. How can you power wash wrapped presents? Magic wrapping paper. Frankly, there's a lot of things in this game that you should not be able to do with a power washer. I find it's best not to think too hard about it. Like, could I realistically power wash something while standing on something super stable like this? No. The pressure would throw me around and it would seriously hurt. But it's probably best not to think too much about that. Magic. I mean, this is a game where canonically Atlantis exists. And we are a planeswalker. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. What other games would people want to play with me? I wonder. I could try re-downloading stuff like Left 4 Dead or EF2. Could do Smite. Could do stuff like Gunfire or Deep Rock Galactic. Phasmophobia. And aliens are real and hire you? You bet. See, you get it. You get it. Reminds me you're saving up for building a PC? Smart, smart. I was entirely financed by the loved ones in my life. I could not have afforded a PC, and more importantly, I could not have known what I would need for a PC without all of them. I cannot stress how little I understand computers and how much that scares me. Well, I think this
this is coming along pretty well so far. So hopefully I can stream at some point next year. Tell you what, Char. If you end up starting streaming, let me know. I'd be happy to hang out and stream with you sometime if you like. It pretty much goes for, I think, yeah, it pretty much goes for most of the VTubers or streamers that regularly hang out here. Standing offer. Unless I say otherwise, I guess. There we go. I think I got it. Want to do deep rock galactic with streamer friends? Yeah. You know, honestly, I think that probably is going to end up being one of the games that I do for community night. Because at the very least, I know that there's a couple of people, at least a couple of people, who have that and would be down for it. Oh, you know what? Lethal Company. I totally forgot that I played that recently. I want to have that be the kind of game that I, like, have for one stream, and then that's it. Seems like the sort of thing that people would be down to do for a community event. It'd be so much easier if I could manipulate objects in this world. Sadly, that's not how this game works. I can't let go of the power washer. Yeah, if I did, the power washer would almost certainly flee and go off to live its own life or something. Shark that, like a shark that can't stop swimming. I guess. Weird comparison, but you know, not incorrect. Not incorrect at all. GeoGuessr. That one's not as much a community game per se, but it is a game that I could play with people. That's something. What other games? What other games could I do for a community stream? There's still Tabletop Sim. Could maybe find some good modules for that. Risk of Rain. I've played the sequel. I've played Risk of Rain 2, and I really disliked it. Also, I was only able to play that game once, and then it broke. I don't know how, but for some reason, whenever I tried to load it after the initial time, which it was a run that I got really far in and lost because the game just, regardless of what your computer can really keep up with, it just keeps adding exponentially more and more and more monsters. So, like, I think the game crashed because my computer couldn't handle it before I just died legitimately. And that's kind of fucked with my computer's ability to play it, I think. I don't know. Because I cannot stress this enough. I don't know anything about computers. It's honestly astounding that I have found any success doing what I do, knowing how little I know about computers. You know, I could also maybe do some kind of challenge run. Like, take a single-player game, throw in crowd control, and then try and beat it, or, like, beat it in a specific way, something like that. I don't know if that would interest people, but that's a possibility. A big community Stardew Valley farm. Maybe. I have never played Stardew Valley before, actually. I think it would be a real Christmas miracle if I started playing it. Because I know my partner, Epitome, is very, very much interested and very, very fond of that game. And I don't know. I don't know why I never really got into it. At least not to that degree. I wish I could tell you. Maybe I just got too stressed out by the energy system and having to manage that. Maybe it was actually kind of running a small business. I don't know. Because that is... I do have crowd control. I could set that up if there's a game that y'all can think of, or that I could think of, that we could do for that. I've never... Well, I've never really played Fallout New Vegas. That's something. I think I've gotten as far as, like,
an hour of the game once when I was in high school, and then just, like, never picked it up because I never, like, owned a system I could play it on, really. I could try to revisit Celeste Frozen Pizza Mountain. I don't think I did pretty much any of the, like, difficult stuff that they have in that game, or the post-game for that matter. The present wrapping machine immediately sees stuff. That's not good. Bellowing with soot, it sent coal pellets flying in all directions. All of us immediately realized we needed to do something. Yeah, I'll bet. Only problem was that nobody knew what that thing was. Ah, that is such a mood, French Bob. That is such a freaking mood. Except Ivor. Oh, what did Ivor know? What did he know? There we go. Okay, continuing on with the walls. You know, one game that I have wanted to try for a while, I'll have to find where I have the file locally, but, okay, so, is there anyone in here who played the original New Super Mario Brothers on the DS? Or, to a lesser extent, I think this might have also been... It might have also been in Super Mario 64 for the DS, but I know it was in New Super Mario Bros. DS. Because there is a battle mode in that, which was a load of fun, and someone online made a super faithful recreation of that can be played as, like, an online multiplayer experience. And it's totally free, because, like, you just need the game file. That might be another thing I could add. Now I'm just rambling, though, I imagine. Boom, boom, boom. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Hmm. Hmm? There we go.
I don't know why I suddenly... This place is starting to look nice again. I agree. No, I don't know why I suddenly started thinking about it, but... You know what would be nice? If I could do... What do they call those? Is like... There's some kind of website that you can use to do, like, digital... Like, digital happy birthday or those kind of messages. I can't remember what it's called. Kudos? I think it might be Kudos. Like, I don't really expect people to ever support me in any kind of, like, physical or monetary way, and that is fine. Like, any support I do get in those is fantastic. But I've always kind of been a little envious of those things. I don't know why I'm thinking of this now, though. Like, my birthday isn't even until February. Whatever. Anyhow. Ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-ba-ba. Anyway.
Welcome, Raiders.
Oh my gosh! Hey everyone! Come on in! Make yourselves comfy! Let me give you a shout out. Well, hello everyone. If you're new here, welcome. My name is Beatrix Bunny. I'm a taxidermy jackalope brought to life by the power of love and slightly mad science. I do variety streams here with a focus on roguelikes, digital artwork, and RPGs of every shape and size. So, if you're interested in those things, then I hope you'll stick around, because I'd love to hang out with you too. This is my co-host, channel mascot Francisco. Say hi to the folks, Francisco. And today we are checking out the holiday DLC that dropped for Power Wash Simulator. Totally free. Nice little Trimble present. It looks like you were playing Signalis. That's the pixel survival horror game where the plot is not really super clear and it's really difficult, right? We're here for the Comfy Beatrix stream. Oh. Well, I'm glad to have you here. If anyone does need to raid and run, totally understand. You can use the !socials command if you want to check, well, all of the other things I do out. But otherwise, welcome, come on in. For those of y'all who celebrate Christmas, how was your holiday? Hope you had a good one. Yep. I guess I have to be celibate now, which is unfortunate because I was really hoping to get fucked by someone later. Oh well. Your partial understanding of German helps with the details. Oh, it was a joke, Lunar, because celibate
sounds like I was trying to say celibate, which means that you don't have sex. Oh, why do they have to clean the wall behind these huntings? Is the worst. You're part of it, but yeah, how was the stream? How were you feeling? What were you trying to do in it? All I know is about the plot is it doesn't really make much sense to me. It's kind of hard to understand, but it involves a lesbian, which that's pretty pog. Gotta run for a quick bit. Gotta wait upstairs for food delivery. Yeah, no problem. Go get your grub. Go eat, girl. Since you're so into this game at the moment, you'll give me a TLDR from your understanding. Perfect. That sounds like exactly what I need. Up, up, up. Ah, this wall is so annoying. You know what? Let me try to use some of the soap here. Hmm. Oh my gosh. Where am I missing still? Oh my god. Human pilot woman and android woman on little spaceship to explore galaxies for the nation. Oh. Ship crashes, maybe. Android woman wakes up without her pilot woman. Android woman goes on mission into the facility of the local planet they crashed on to find her pilot woman. Humans are missing and the android people are infected with some sort of zombie-like virus. Also, they're gay. Imagine me with a cork board and red string. Don't worry, I'm fully imagining you doing the Pepe Sylvia thing. Oh my god, why is this so hard to do? Why did they put the punting like this? There we go, finally. Okay, what do I play? We need ladder. That's more or less all I know, though. Well, that's alright, that's way more than I know. And I think that did kind of clear things up a little bit. It's a game that feels like it makes itself so unapproachable with the difficulty, and that on top of the way that it tells its plot in a really, from what I've seen again, kind of vague and confusing way. I haven't really been able to understand much outside of that. Wait, what is this called? A gonk? What the heck is a gonk? Huh. Fireplace we still need to clean. Didn't have too much difficulty playing it. It's partially configurable, or it should be at least. Interesting. Huh. Oh, I'll have to check it out again then, I guess. Thanks for letting me know. Well, thank you for hosting that TED Talk. I certainly would not have been able to figure any of that stuff out without your help. But I hope that anyone who celebrates Christmas had a really nice one. And got to spend it with people that you care about. You hope so too?
Yeah.
Merry late Christmas to you too, Slush. You know, I was actually talking with a friend of mine today about Christmas traditions, and I shared one of my personal favorites with them. Is there anyone here who has ever heard of Mary Lwyd? That's Marilwyd. Or, no, sorry, Lywd, my mistake. But has anyone heard of Mary Lwyd before? Because it is part of one of my favorite Christmas traditions I've learned about. As the name might have tipped off, it is a tradition that comes from... Oh, you finally broke your Christmas insomnia streak? Well, congratulations! So Mary Lwyd, as you may have guessed from the sound of the name and the spelling, is a tradition from Wales. That's Wales the nation, not Wales the animal. That would be wild if this was also something that sea mammals celebrated. But it is a tradition which, in its simplest form, involves you and a bunch of your friends going caroling from door to door. Simple enough so far, right? Now, what makes it a little more interesting is one of the friends that you are going caroling with is an undead horse. You may be wondering, what the heck do I mean by an undead horse? Well, I mean that one of the members of the caroling party is wearing a white sheet covering their body and has a horse skull that they are wearing as a mask / like headpiece. Now, as you're going door to door, every time that people you knock on the door of are having a great time, having a party, it's your job to have that party with them, to share in the festivities and to celebrate by singing and partying and, if they are willing to offer, getting some food and drink out of the bargain too. However, people are allowed to refuse to give the carolers food or drink for their hard work. When that happens, Mary Lwyd, the undead horse, steps up to the plate, and Mary Lwyd and the homeowner, or the host of the party, have what I can only really describe as a rap battle. They have to sing rhyming verses at each other until one of them can't anymore. And if Mary Lwyd wins, then the homeowner is forced to let all of the carolers come in and have however much food and drink they need. So that's my favorite Christmas tradition that I've learned about from in other parts of the world. And I gotta say, having an undead horse that you're singing songs with and occasionally having rap battles with is a pretty cool way to celebrate the holiday, if you ask me. If anyone else has that sort of Yuletide weird traditions that you know of, let me know. I'd love to hear about them. know what, let's save the sled and stuff for last. Let's try to do... upper area here first. You remember some sort of Yule pig or warthog giving presents to children? I have not heard of that one before. Now, I will say, though, it does sound suspiciously similar. It does sound suspiciously similar to the Hogfather, which is the character from the Terry Pratchett Discworld series of novels. That is kind of Santa. Saw something here. Oh, that's the balcony. Okay. That does sound very intriguing, though. I'd be curious to learn more. Here we go. Let's do the railing. I remember seeing a comic on Tumblr about it. Okay, so it could still be the Hogfather. Maybe. But that doesn't rule out it being a real-world thing either. I'm still very curious. If anyone has any further information about a Yule pig or a warthog giving gifts, let me know. I am very curious. Speaking of Christmas animals, though, here's another one for you. Has anyone here heard of the Yule Cat? The Yule Cat. Anyone heard of them before? It was a giant pig puking out a doll for a little girl. Okay, that doesn't sound so much like the Hogfather anymore. You have indeed petted the Yule Cats. Ah. So the Yule Cats are a Scandinavian tradition. And their whole thing is when it's Yule time, they will go about viciously, violently mauling people, you know, because they are not house cat sized, they are giant cats. So you might be asking, okay, well, how do I prevent myself from being mauled by these giant Norwegian, or... I know it's somewhere in Scandinavia, I can't remember where specifically, but how do I stop myself from being killed by these adorable creatures? And the answer is socks. Or more specifically, any article of clothing. If someone has been gifted an article of clothing before Christmas, then they are safe from the wrath of the Yule Cat. Is why it is so important to make sure that you get clothing for the people in your life. Sounds like something made up by parents. Oh, well, I mean, maybe the Yule Cat just wants to make sure that people are taken care of. And if the way to do that is by threatening extreme violence, well, that's not the Yule Cat's problem. At least from the cats that I've known in my life, that feels like a cat's thought process. It's meant to punish people who are ungrateful for getting socks for Christmas. That sounds right. Because, you know, back when all of the clothing someone would own was handmade, socks may not be fancy, they may not be pretty, but those are still something that people spent a very long time making. Okay, so we have French bob, mullet, high top fade, beehive, bangs, pompadour, and Vicky Lou? Vicky Lou. Is that a hairstyle? Feels weird, but it's the only one that I don't recognize as a hairstyle. Maybe that's the joke? Maybe I'm reading too much into it? I'm probably reading too much into it. Another good one that I learned is the frost spider. Apparently, in Poland, the origin of tinsel, you know, the sparkly stuff you decorate a Christmas tree with, it was inspired by spider webs. So, like, you'll see a lot of Polish ornaments that have, like, little spider webs or spider motifs on them. And that turned into the frost spider, who's the one that makes all those little, like, spider web-shaped patterns on panes of glass with frost, that sort of thing. So, if you're scared of spiders, remember, you wouldn't have those cool little frosted panes, or tinsel, I guess, without them. They just poop out tinsel? Well, I mean, I think poop is a little reductive. Like, a spider doesn't poop out silk. Sure, it comes from the spinneret organ, which is anatomically pretty close to the poop hole, but it's not the same thing. But yes, from what I understand, that is the original inspiration for tinsel, at least in Poland. We are getting pretty close to finishing this already. So it's poop. I mean, if that's what you want to call it, slushy, I guess you can call it that. Maybe we should get me a red nose and call me Rudolph. Oh. You know what? Oh, you know what also, though?
since it feels appropriate. It does feel appropriate right now, so let me turn something on real quick. How cool is this? Hey, Raven. We can make it snow now. Bum, bum, bum. How are you doing, Raven? Hope you're well. And I hope that if you celebrate, you had a wonderful Christmas. So cool. In fact, it's ice cold. You're really giving me a chilly reception here, Slush. What did I do to deserve it? I don't snow. Well, don't try too hard. I don't want you to have a brain freeze thinking up all these puns. Didn't mean to give the cold shoulder. Well, excuse me for giving you this chilly reception and response. Get up to the top of this candy. You just used that one? Well, I guess it's snow go for me then on more puns. I tried my best. Didn't have a snowball's chance in hell. Yeah, well, that may be so, but the day that I give up is the day that hell freezes over. Oh my gosh, I can really hear someone tromping around upstairs. Since are some of your few weaknesses, so you're not enjoying the puns. Alright, fair enough. What's the difference between a snowman and a snow woman? The snowballs. Wow. I can't believe you're going to be gender essentialist here. For shame.
I mean, you made a joke about women not having balls to a bunch of trans women. I don't know what you're expecting. Oh, how about we all bury the hatchet and come in from the cold with all of these puns and, I don't know, warm up again. Something else. Making hot cocoa for everyone. Oh, well, that was nice of you. No, I was trying to get some PNGs of money together in the server so I could give us a communal server PNG of a Kotatsu. I'm still shopping around. If anyone has a good PNG of a Kotatsu that I can buy with the PNG of the money that people are donating, let me know. Dang it. Still need to find a red nose. Let's see. It's getting stuck on my hair for some reason. Yeah, alright, well. I'll just have to do. Nuggets rather than ingots and bullion. Oh, that's probably fine. Don't know much about the exchange rate anyway. Ah, here we go. This is how I get up. Check something. Really know how to pick a nose? This is just whatever I had lying around. I don't think it's that special a nose. Look, I can't even get it stuck to my actual nose. It keeps getting stuck on my hair. Which is true. It is very difficult for me to put anything on my face without getting my hair in it, too. This works pretty well. I don't know what I'm standing on, though. Am I on the picture frame? That's not right. What's not right about it? Hmm? You're already out of nose puns. Oh, that's a well, that's the same, but if you thought there was going to be a pun at the end of this, I'm afraid I gotta disappoint you. That wasn't a setup for a pun. That was genuinely me just saying, "Oh, well, that's a shame." Which, of course, now that I've explained it, obviously means it's even funnier. On the processing machine itself. There we go. What am I missing here? There we go. Still don't know what I was missing, but...
You don't know about the exchange rate either. You just know how many races consider gold valuable. Hyene Regoths and other dragons usually keep gold as a nesting material because its heat and electric conducting properties. Its malleability makes it like a memory foam nest. Interesting. That's a fun little bit of lore building. I didn't know. Discord, what do you have to say? What is going on? I gotta check something real quick. What the heck? I gotta... My partner wants me to see something. Hold on. So like an old rich person that doesn't trust banks, we sleep on our will. Ah, so you're saying dragons are libertarian. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. Only fiscally, not politically. Fair enough. Oh, someone respond already? It really does feel like the scale keeps changing somehow in this room, and I don't know why. Ow. Oh, hey, Alexandra. How you doing? Hope you're doing well today. You're cold today? Oh. Well, I am a stuffed animal, so if you want to cuddle to warm yourself up, you are more than welcome. Oh, I can't remember. Do you celebrate Christmas, Sil? If you do, how was that? And if you don't, oh, hope you've had a good have I hope you have had a good weekend. Fireplace cover is still dirty. Hmm? Where am I missing? Here. It was, I mean, you don't want to, but your family does? Ah. It was nice. Hung out with your family, then went out to hang out with your partner's family. Nice. That sounds pretty similar to what I ended up doing with the pit and me. We went to see my Mama Bun and Papa Deer. on the 24th, and then his mom's on the 25th. Oh my gosh. There we go. Gosh. I didn't even want to use the Super Soaker attachment, but really forced me to with that one. Alright, well, carry on from here. Oh. By the way, if anyone wants to join in BC, y'all are more than welcome to. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is where I go. Alright, sure. Why not?
Chat, my time has come. This is my stream now. Aha! We're going to be power washing, apparently. Francisco, you didn't see anything, so it's gonna be alright. Yes,
I will not stand a false monarch.
Are you two role-playing again?
What? No.
Okay.
Who would do such a thing?
Oh,
Yeah.
I am always in character.
thank you for the hydrate, Sil.
Oh, that explains my Geiger counter exploding.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. Makes sense.
Now that would be dedication to the bit. If you were so devoted to playing a radioactive character, you just, like, kept some plutonium-210 in your pocket at all
Jesus.
time. It's like,
Yeah,
I am dying
yeah,
of
that-
cancer, but I am also
I'm literally the best
incredibly
at
in
this.
character.
Imagine.
Yeah. Imagine that. Yeah, that would be crazy.
Yeah, that would.
Yeah.
It's a good thing no one here is carrying around dangerously radioactive elements in their pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Ivor threw open his box and started dishing out his new invention to everyone. Okay, Ivor, what
Absolutely,
was
it is not in my pocket.
Sarah.
Or in your butt.
Oh, god damn it,
No,
B!
it's
They were
not
incredible,
there
like
either.
bags with handles you connected to a wand thingy that you hold in your hand. Talking about nuts?
It's just a small amount implanted subdermally.
Bit like your washer thing. What is he talking about?
Is he talking about a snowblower?
I don't know. Only when you pressed the button, it didn't squirt water, but ice cream. Oh.
That sounds delicious.
Yeah.
That sounds dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, It's within seconds we'd put out the fire. I feel like that's the sort of thing that, you know, it's a lot harder to make enough ice cream to keep that stocked than just
Yeah.
water. Probably should have stopped there, but they were just too fun. Well, unfortunately, I am here. I am not your father, but I am taking your T-Bird away.
What? Oh, right.
Fun, till her daddy takes the T-Bird away.
Fun, till her daddy takes the T-Bird away. Whoa. Woo.
I could be making K-pop jokes. I
Oh?
would probably be understanding the youth and the zeitgeist and what, like, the cool kids are listening to these days, but instead I decide to make jokes like this shit.
I
And
mean,
two of your regulars totally got the joke.
Yeah.
That's true.
There you go. Where them old farts that love them Beastie Boys?
I'm sorry, now I'm imagining a Beach Boys, Beastie Boys crossover cover band, and I'm sort of losing it a little bit at imagining God Only Knows, but as sung by the Beastie Boys.
Wow.
It's so much shouting.
There's a lot of shouting. Tell her daddy takes T-Bird away! It's the only thing I can think of.
So, what was, for those of y'all, again, who celebrate Crimble, what was your favorite
Mer
part
crisis.
what was your favorite part of Crimble this year? Mine was how much compliments my soup got. I am
You got
apparent.
soup?
I am apparently a talented soupsmith, from what I've been told.
Oh, congratulations on Soupsmith.
Oh, thank you. I would love it to make soups and cook other things on stream if I can ever actually get the cameras for it, but
That'd be fun.
GoPros are expensive.
GoPros are expensive.
Put one on throne and set it to communally,
I mean,
fun.
I probably will, but like that's still not necessarily a guarantee that anything will actually happen with it. But that said, so in the new year, the first big IRL event that I have got to take care of. Well, I say that like it's a burden. Oh, woe is me. I have to go down to have a road trip to Maryland and have a fantastic time at the only anime convention I routinely get to go to these years. Oh, that's so terrible. But after Katsucon, which, by the way, if anyone is in the neighborhood and wants to meet up IRL, I have done that with several people so far, and it's always been pretty cool. But after that, it's my birthday, and because
Birthday.
Katsucon is right before my birthday, for the last couple of years, I haven't really been doing anything for it, because it's like, okay, I cannot justify spending that much money on myself back to back. So I might
Aww.
try and do, since
Let other people spend money on you.
well, that's kind of what I was thinking, potentially. Like, I was considering setting it up because I originally wanted to do an uncapped anniversary donathon
Ooh.
in November, when that is, broadly speaking, the anniversary of me as a streamer. But I wasn't really able to this year because there was a lot of stuff going on. But I'm thinking, okay,
was busy.
maybe I just roll that into a birthday thing. So yeah, I might try to do a uncapped birthday donathon. Anything gotten through Throne or money put in there would also help extend it, of course. But yeah, just to help with funding potential projects that could be pretty expensive, and it would also be a fantastic excuse for me to have finished up and finally show off the B 3.0 design.
Oh, yay.
I don't think it's gonna be a permanent, like, total replace, but I do think that it's probably... Like, I just really like how it looks, so it's probably gonna end up being a primary thing, and I'll have a toggle redeem to put on 2.0. It's like, I did put a lot of work into this one, and I am still proud of it, even though it's not everything that I wanted to be able to make it. all the Christmas presents. Present collection box. Oh, that must be that. Guess I can do rinse and born. But yeah, is that something people would want to see? I still find myself 3 years in struggling with figuring out the answers to that question. How do I find things that people want to see?
I mean, some come for whatever game you're streaming. Some of us happened to find you based on a game and then stayed for the lovely button. And some of us just happened to find you through a series of raids, because they took a nap on one streamer, and several raids later, woke up, found you, and found a fellow autistic trans woman Digimon fan, and immediately dropped the follow.
Huh. Huh. I would not have remembered any of that. Huh.
What a fun backstory.
Hey, I
Hey.
am grateful
Yeah?
to all the little coincidences that led me to all my friends.
Yeah.
Did you say something, J-Daggy?
Huh? What? Huh?
I thought you said B.
Oh, and I made a funny. It didn't go well.
I didn't hear the setup for it.
It was a hey, and I said B because I am funny.
C.
Have y'all ever tried to play the improv game where you try to, as a group, say the letters of the alphabet one at a time with no letter being said by more than one person?
No, I've
And you're
never
not
played that
allowed
game.
to coordinate by, like, talking outside of saying the letters.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it's supposed to be to, like, get people in the same headspace and kind of synced up.
I've played it before. Eventually, we finally got to Z.
Hey!
Pointing works really well.
That's true.
Fingers.
Mm. Get to those gifts. Got the bubble on top. And this one? No. There we go. Okay. Where else do we have coal? Now, in real life, you should never start on the floor until you've already gotten the ceiling and the walls, because otherwise, in real life, all of the dirty water will just run down and mess up the lower parts of the room. But again, this is a magic power washer, so we don't have to worry about that. You found the
Yep.
stream just because you browsed the trans tag when you were bored? Valid. It's been a while, honestly, since I actually explicitly used the trans tag. I'm wondering if I should. Like, it's not that I am particularly trying to hide my identity to anyone that comes in, because, like, I feel like I'm pretty open about it, and, like, I know that a lot of people will tell me otherwise, but I still don't think my voice particularly passes, so it's like, okay, yeah, it's pretty easy to figure out. But at the same time, I do know that I have gotten... Actually, I don't think I have... It's not even I have gotten significantly less. I don't think I've gotten any, like, hate raids or hate bots or trolls
Very
come
lucky.
in since I switched from using the specifically trans tag to the general LGBTQ AI plus, you know, tag.
Lesbian, gay, lesbian, gay, LG, lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, artificial intelligence.
Questioning, asexual,
Oh.
intersex, two-spirit is in there too, and I think the plus kind of just covers any that haven't been explicitly said by the others. But yeah, like, I'm still kind of conflicted about that, because I definitely think for my personal safety and, like, just peace of mind, not having nearly as many, if any at all, really, trolls or hate raids has been really nice. I also
Honey,
feel
if
like
any
there's...
trolls come in here, I will eat them.
You know, but I also
That's terrible
feel
for your teeth.
like there is something to be said for being able to be visible as a member of this kind of community. So I'm not sure what it would behoove me to do, both as an individual and as someone who, well, obviously not any kind of spokeswoman, is still technically a publicly visible member of a still underrepresented group. Like, I'm not under the delusion that I am an internet micro niche celebrity.
But you are.
Not really. Like, you have to add at least a couple more niches and micros in before we get even close to the ballpark. But the point being that
Well, it might not be a ballpark, but at least you got your own little sandlot.
hmm. But yeah, I'm wondering, like, for visibility's sake and for, like, because if I hadn't used stuff like the trans tag, you know, already there's at least a couple of people that wouldn't have found me.
Well, I didn't find you through the trans tag. I just...
I know. You explained your connection. But I meant, like, Syl was just talking in chat.
How did you find B, JD?
I honestly don't remember.
Valid.
I think it was from a raid.
Yeah, I don't really do particularly good social media outreach. So I don't usually have people coming in organically on their own in like from social media. Hey Dip. I saw you earlier, but I don't think I said hey yet. How you doing?
Well,
You
that
had a
is
good
one
night?
hell of a name.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one.
I haven't seen words that well combined since I turned shredded lettuce into shreddus.
Epitome is always fond of cheddar shredder. His favorite way to eat cheese these days.
Is that his emotional support or emergency cheese?
I don't know. I'd have to ask him.
As Linda Carter recommends that everyone have an emergency cheese for...
That's so.
Apparently hers is shredded Parmesan.
So, like,
Yep,
if
Wonder
I
Woman's
opened up
still out
Linda
here saving
Carter's purse, I would just find a bag of loose shredded Parmesan.
Possibly.
That's fun. I feel like I could have done the same for Carrie Fisher, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't have been cheese or something that I could have legally ingested. Still pretty cool, though. Check something again. Like,
Honestly, I think if you asked Carrie for anything out of her purse, she'd just reach in and pull out her middle finger.
Yeah. That would be on
Yeah.
brand for her.
God bless.
Miss Space Mom.
God bless. Well, she's out there somewhere, strangled to death by her own lingerie, and drowning in the stars.
Drowning in the stars. Ah,
It's how she wanted to go.
fair.
Or at least be remembered.
I vaguely remember that quote.
Mm-hmm. I'd kind of like to see them try and make a battle royale out of Power Wash Simulator. Like, you score points and you, like, get further by cleaning, sure, but the knockback on the actual power washers as they affect other players is massively increased, so the only way you're actually able to damage someone is by just sending them rocketing into the storm cloud with the water pressure.
I'm sorry. I spaced out for a very long time because I was hyper focused on the game. What are we talking about?
Oh, I was talking about how they should make a battle royale version of Power Wash Simulator.
Okay.
You get
And how
points
does...
and
Okay.
get higher in the rank by cleaning, sure. The water pressure's knockback on, like, players is massively increased, though. So the only way to damage other people is by, like, power washing them and then just sending them rocketing into the storm cloud from the knockback.
Storm cloud.
Whatever they call the thing, the, like, gradually shrinking wall of death that forces
Ah.
people in those games to do shit.
Yes, 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 I understand. The murder ring. The ring that murders.
Oh no.
I believe something terrible has happened. I don't know what.
Sounds like your roomie's
Who is
pissed.
that?
That is my housemate. They're also playing Dead by Daylight.
Oh.
Oh, that
And are
explains
rather
it.
upset that they died.
Yes, but on the other hand, dying has given them a fantastic gift.
Which is?
No longer having to play Dead by Daylight.
This is true.
I actually really don't care one way or the other about Dead by Daylight.
Oh,
I
I
just
figured. You
remember
would've-
that they tried releasing Dead by Daylight NFTs, and I still haven't, like,
Ooh.
started trusting them as a company again since.
I definitely wiped that from my memory. Suddenly a wall of regret has surrounded me.
No judgment. No judgment if it's a game people enjoy.
Sure.
You spend your 15 minutes in there, think about what you did, and then we'll let you out.
Yeah, okay. Wall of regret. Has it been 5 minutes yet?
I said 15.
Oh, that's a lot more than 5. I'm sorry, my brain is very smooth after work.
Hey, it's okay. Put in
Qualified.
you put in a lot of time today at the business factory.
Yep. Making the coffees on the machine that does coffees for the business.
Someone goes and punches in a bunch of keys on a computer, and then they give the printout to someone and they say, here's the new numbers, and then the person looks at it and they smoke their big business cigar and they go, these are terrible numbers, get new numbers, Jerry. I want those numbers by 2 o'clock.
It's already 3:30, boss.
Well, you better get started then.
I assume that's what the business factory is like.
Oh yeah, no, the business factory is very business, and that is absolutely what is happening.
It's like a toddler's idea of what a job in an office is.
Even a toddler understands that business must happen, right?
I imagine.
That was literally a fucking Rugrats episode.
Oh my
Oh.
god, what? That's awesome.
Oh, I didn't remember.
Although that makes a lot
Tommy
of
and
sense.
Chucky got jobs.
Oh my god. I mean, honestly, the best people to get jobs.
I feel like
Those
Chucky
two wonderful
has
nerds.
the soul of a 50-year-old man already. Like he
He-
just slides right into the role of being a very sad office worker.
Very sad, very oppressed. Just a guy, just a little guy. Just a little guy doing office things. You know?
His or Nestle. You know, I was actually thinking, since it is Boxing Day and all, maybe doing a improvised community night stream tonight to watch Rocky.
Could I vote for Rocky 6?
I mean, I have never seen any Rocky, so I would probably have to start. Like, I imagine it's relatively chronological.
Rocky 6 doesn't exist. By the time they were
Oh.
getting to it, they were literally running out of ideas. So they just jokingly pitched, have him fight an alien.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Did they realize that that could have been another Russian?
No, actually, that became the inspiration for Predator.
Oh,
Huh. That makes a certain amount of sense.
a certain amount.
Only a certain. I don't want to give it too much credit. Mm. Now, the other thing, though, is if I do a uncapped donathon, well, for one, I maybe this is just my hubris talking, or I guess anti-hubris.
Huge breasts? Is that like a cheese?
No, maybe it's just my anti-hubris talking, but I don't think I would actually have to worry about it becoming, like, unsustainably uncapped. Like, I'm not that big of a VTuber. I would not expect that it would become a sustained thing, you know? But I would still need to think of a good set of incentives that I could actually deliver on, that people would be interested in seeing. And I also don't really have any ideas for that. Oh dear. We're almost done with this. And it's been less than 3 hours. And well, I could still honestly go either way.
3 hours?
Yeah. Gonna be talking about Cedar next. But like, I could honestly go either way on continuing to stream past this. But I also know that I would probably want to have some dinner after that, and I'm really not in the mood to cook, so it's probably just gonna be Christmas leftovers. Which,
Christmas.
yeah, I mean, it's not bad, it's not worse.
Hey dear, welcome home.
It's free.
Chad, I was able to kiss the...
Congratulations.
They're congratulating you.
Oh wait, are we supposed to be upset about this?
Uh,
I can change that up.
Oh, they're also asking if they were supposed to be upset about that.
Oh, I don't know.
He doesn't know either.
Duly noted.
So I didn't really have a plan for if I wanted to stream anything past this or what. So if you want to do anything together tonight, we are open to that possibility. Alright. Well, let me know. I'll probably need to stop to at least have another well, I already had kind of been grazing most of today, really. But I should really have a proper dinner. After I finish this level, I will take a little break to make myself a creme-this leftover sandwich, and then hopefully be able to figure out what I feel like doing tonight. Here are these Discord pages. I feel like I should be doing something with more punching. Yeah.
Just in general?
Well, for the day, it's Boxing Day. That's why I was suggesting the movie too. I'm no good at Punch Out, unfortunately, so. Did we get all of the workshop thing? No. Still magnifying glasses, mats, paint tin. Okay. Pursue Frog. No? Mats. Guess that is kind of a mat. There we go. Okay. Workshop resin. Ah. The wall trim is still dirty. Ah, there we go. Aha! You. You were the odd one out. Yeah. Everything else. Good. Also, if you know, uh, if anyone has ideas for what to do with all the cool new filters and post effects that got added in, let me know, because I'm not quite getting choice paralysis, but there's so much going on in it. Maybe one of the things I can do is, like, give people who aren't familiar with what got added in the Live 2D update a little rundown of all the effects. I imagine that would be useful for folks. I'm gonna try and ask people for what they think would be cool in a very shameless way.
How run down are the effects?
Hmm?
What?
Oh, not particularly run down, I would say. Very, very put together, if anything.
I'll say you're very put together. Look at that magnificent stitchwork.
Okay, this one's clean. Why can't you be clean like your sibling, Slay Track? Get it together, Slay Track. I believe in you. There we go. Okay. Let's do the Slay last. Oh, right, it's looking at that. Oh. Ah. Well, one thing that I know I am excited about in the year to come is we are going to get a chance to see a lot more live theater. It's been a while since I've been able to see
Nice.
any of it, but we're going to be seeing. I don't know if it's the same touring company. We're going to be seeing Hades Town this year. We're also going to be seeing. Well,
Love Hades Town.
yeah, it's going to be my second time, and I am under no doubt that it's going to be just as magical as the first.
Magical and tear-inducing.
Oh, I am absolutely gonna sob. But there's that. There's also Come From Away. Is anyone familiar with that one?
Sadly, I do not know
Nope.
that.
So it is a very minimalist show in terms of production cost. It is like everyone in basically just normal streetwear. The only set is a bunch of metal folding chairs. And it was purposely made that way to be like super accessible for production crews of any size. But it is about it's a story about the town in Nova Scotia where they diverted a lot of the planes on in what? Gander, Nova Scotia though, right? Canada? Newfoundland, there we go. Well, in one of the not Canada islands of North America, where they diverted a lot of the planes on 9/11 after the attacks happened, and just the sudden shock of this small community trying to deal with this huge influx of new people and people trying to understand each other and like grappling with what just happened. I'm making it sound a lot more serious perhaps than I mean to. It's not like a funny show, but it's not like super dramatic either. It's kind of just it kind of just feels reasonably realistic, I guess.
Put out his next 9-hour video.
What is it on?
Same stuff it has been on the final episode.
Garfield?
No. The Sam and Cat. The Nickelodeon sitcom.
Alright, are you going to be watching that in its entirety?
Not tonight.
Good.
So I'm gonna start it tonight.
Oh, okay. Does anyone here follow the YouTuber Quentin Reviews?
That sounds really familiar.
He's one of the people in the genre of like neurodivergent YouTuber that does hyper focused and absurdly researched niche topics. Like,
No relation to H-Bomber, is it?
no, I think one of his long-running series has been going through all of the episodes of iCarly, analyzing them for realism and also all of the different ways that they broke the law. And apparently they are onto the, not the revival, but the, like, post-series spin-off show thing that they did recently.
Fascinating.
Oh, right, but the other thing is that, well, we're going to be seeing both of those shows with Epitome's moms. We're also going to be using some of the other gifts we got, which are essentially a blank check, so to speak, fund for being able to see theater, to go and see some things with my parents, because I will say I was a little jealous, because I have fond memories with Mama Bun and Papa Dear going to see live theater and live performances, and it would be nice to be able to do that too. Anyhow, we'll have to actually see what sort of shows are available, though. One that we know that we're going to, although it is at a really weird time of the year, one of the first shows that the Playhouse we have the funds for is doing is Evil Dead the Musical in January.
Ooh,
Oh.
that sounds fun.
Like, it is fun. I've seen it. It's a fantastic, really silly show. We're probably going to be trying to get tickets in the Splash Zone again. But it's just weird. Why January? Like,
Why not?
because, like, it's a horror movie musical. Obviously, you gotta shoot for the October. You know?
I mean, yes, but also
It's a horror comedy.
Yeah, but what about January says horror comedy?
We laugh at you freezing to death.
Guess that could work. Alright. Oh. There we go. Alright, let's see what we still have. Whole lot of sleigh stuff. That's fine. That's what I intended. What else? Lanterns. Rotto wolf skirt. Let's start from the top. Cheer checker. What the heck is a cheer checker? Apparently I cleaned it mostly without intending. Cheer
That happens sometimes.
checker. It's a map. Cheer checker. Schedule board. Poster. List. Office. Post box.
Do you think you can power wash some people's names off the naughty list?
I can try. Why? Do you know someone? Oh, this is the cheer checker?
Yeah,
doesn't look like a
JD.
cheer checker. Oh, what an accusation! JD, how do you respond to this?
I'm sorry. I am in the middle of a chase. I'm trying to stab somebody. There's a lot going on here right now.
He's not exactly beating the naughty list charge if he's going
No, not
around
really.
stabbing people.
Yeah. I will say that being on the naughty list as it is, it's not bad. You just get to buy your own stuff, which really, that's the spirit of Christmas, is capitalism.
Well, the spirit of Christmas is the ghost of the early Christian Saint Nicholas of Turkey, who possesses you every December.
Right, and he's powered by capitalism.
Oh,
Sadly.
hmm.
You seem so disappointed, B.
Hmm.
Capitalism disappoints everybody except the rich.
Damn, you're right.
Christmas tree light. Okay.
let the fatted calves enjoy it for now.
Gosh, I'm gonna have to go light by light, huh? Okay, this one. No? I could... You know, I could try Kusoge's for, I just thought of that. So I remembered what Hemlock is currently doing for their stream incentives. I could try Kusoge's. Wonder if that's something that people would want to watch. Well, no, that's definitely something that people would want to watch. What am I saying? For those of you who don't know the term, a kusoge is abbreviated Japanese portmanteau of shit and game. So just games that are really bad. Just egregiously bad. And the reason I thought of that is because, oh, I remembered Hemlock is currently suffering their way through the Gollum game.
Yikes.
I don't know why that got made. It's
No one does, quite honestly.
it's so bad. Auto skirting still.
Very easy answer. It got made for money.
Yeah, but no one wants to buy it. How does that work then?
Couldn't tell you.
Oh? Ba, 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 ba. You know what? It's been a while since I did.
It's been a while. Sorry, good.
I remember one of the first things that I did for a like holiday get-together thing was I did a dramatic reading of the first episode of Supernatural.
Oof.
Interesting.
And I'm wondering if I could try to do something like that again. Maybe, I don't know, maybe, well, it could just be another episode of Supernatural, sure, but I could also do something like, what about a dramatic reading of the first episode of Riverdale or some equally inane nonsense show? And I still can't believe that show ended with vampire juggalos finally killing them.
Vampire Juggalos?
Yep.
Wait, what?
Vampire juggalos.
Killed who? Wait.
Ultimately, one of the brothers, the one that was like supposed to be bisexual, but because the writers were queer baiting, never actually explicitly so.
Queer baiting cowards.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he died of injuries accrued trying to hunt down vampires that were also juggalos. I don't know how much clearer I can say it.
I mean, I believe you 1000%.
That's so unfortunate.
Yeah.
But
It's
yeah,
really fucking weird that show was supposed to be based on the Archie comics.
Riverdale, yeah.
I still don't know if I believe that.
Oh no, I was talking about Supernatural, to be clear.
Oh,
Like, I mean, I would not.
That's why I was really confused.
Yeah, I would
I
not
don't-
put it past them to end Riverdale by having Archie killed by vampire juggalos, but to the best of my knowledge, that is not what has happened yet. I do know, though, that apparently, there has been things like, people repeatedly being murdered, the same people. I think Betty or Veronica, one of the two, has the serial killer gene that
I'm sorry, the what?
the serial killer gene, the gene that makes you serial kill. That apparently not even their actual serial killer father has. I'm pretty sure there is just werewolves or
This is deeply upsetting.
cults or something like that going on, because I vaguely remember hearing about one of the actors, I think Archie's actor, just being like just a shot of him being absolutely covered in blood but otherwise totally naked except for the blood. Just, again, a deeply baffling series.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
That said, though, you know what did slap? That was also technically based off of that comic collective.
Sonic the Hedgehog?
No, that can also rot.
Okay.
No, I was
fair.
talking about. Does anyone remember in the oddies Archie's Weird Mysteries?
I do, actually.
kinda.
It was kind of like a Supernatural before Supernatural kind of show,
Yeah.
where the gang, there was just, I think I kind of remember the theme song too. It was something like, something's going on in this town, Archie's Weird Mysteries.
Fascinating.
And it really was just
it
like,
sounds really familiar. I'll be very
I
honest.
remember there was one episode where a devil had opened up a new mall and was like trying to seduce everyone into forsaking small local businesses to use the mall instead, and like almost got Jughead with the promise of a hamburger, because I guess Jughead was just too incorruptibly pure of heart otherwise.
Pure of heart and dumb of ass? Yeah, that sounds like Jughead.
Yeah. If
and,
he were
and also
broad of
ace of
shoulder,
sexual,
he'd be
so
a
that's fun.
He truly would be.
Be a
yes.
himbo.
But he alone sees through it and gets his friends out, and then because none of them will... Oh, I think it was like they were given evil cursed credit cards. And it's like, yeah, it's kind of the traditional credit card plot that you get in a lot of sitcoms where it's like, oh, haha, it's free money, but then you gotta pay it back, and that's when you learn your lesson and return everything. It's like that, but
Right.
the credit cards, I guess, would have been using their souls to pay for things.
Ugh,
But
that's
the
concerning.
I
but
vaguely
the
remember that.
oh god, you remember the specific episode I'm talking about? That's terrifying.
I remember one where Archie's rival gets a fucking typewriter that makes things come true
Oh god, I think I do too.
from a genie in a typewriter.
Yes!
Genie
Oh
and
my
typewriter?
god.
And they recapture him by tricking him into a fucking. How do you get ketchup out of a new ketchup bottle?
Yeah.
It has to be
Classic.
pushed out, so they trick the genie into fucking going into a ketchup bottle.
Yeah, but the
Wait,
way
how did they trick him? I'm confused.
it's actually that's
This was
actually
back
kind of clever
before
because
ketchup had
that's
squeeze
like
bottles.
it's like a reference to a really classic way of dealing with genies, but also anything that was like able to shift shape or size. Like it's
Right.
how it's similar to how Puss in Boots beat the giant in the original story. You
Huh.
like challenge them to be like, oh well, I mean, if you're really that powerful, if you're that incredible of a shapeshifter, I bet you couldn't get yourself small enough to fit inside this bottle. And then
Right.
once they go in the bottle, put the stopper back in.
Right.
I also remembered the way that the devil eventually
How's it
gets.
going
Oh,
there?
oh, it's
Did you
going
have
pretty
much
well,
trouble
thanks.
pulling this lane?
No, I didn't do any of that actually. Are you saying that because my dad is a deer?
Oh dear.
I. You know what? It's Christmas. I'm not gonna read into that. But I remember that the way they beat the devil with the mall was they got out of the mall without spending anything after returning things. And because the devil was like trapped at the threshold, he couldn't leave and was like crying and begging them to come back in. And the mall itself, I think, just gets swallowed up by the earth.
And there's no consequences for the credit cards?
Well, no, because they returned everything.
Oh. Interesting. You know, that would be really easily solved by a no returns policy.
True.
Satan never thinks of this shit.
You know, I kind of want to see if I can find a place where I can like screen those fuck wild episodes of Archie's Weird Mysteries for y'all. That
Besides
could-
Discord?
Well, I mean, hell, I feel like it's far enough removed that I might be able to get away with just straight up doing it, like, on YouTube, on stream.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyone remember Marvin Mystery?
Yes, I do. That was another
Again,
weird
very familiar
Canadian
name.
export.
No idea.
I like that show.
Yeah, it was pretty fun. There was a caveman for a sidekick.
That he's his best friend,
Hmm.
not just a sidekick.
I gotta say, for a guy whose last name was Mystery, he didn't really have that much mysterious within himself go around. Like, he was kind of just a normal dude.
Just a guy.
Yeah. A guy whose name happens to be Mystery.
What a mystery. Imagine a guy named Treasure. Sorry.
He should
No, you're
definitely
not.
go into
What's up?
The scissors.
Um,
Thought I put them in here.
Bill of the Future, that was also a pretty good cartoon. I remember the trans episode of Bill of the Future, that was pretty cool.
Ooh, wait, Phil of the Future?
Or
What
wait,
happened to
no,
that guy?
I'm not thinking of Bill in the Future, sorry. I was thinking of Lloyd in Space.
Lloyd in Space. Actually, I have no idea what that show was. I'm sorry.
That's
Put
right.
them in here.
Hello.
Hello?
I don't know where your scissors are.
Your skeezers?
Yeah, he's looking for his scissors. I don't know
Ah,
where
these
they're at, though.
skeezers. Boy, howdy, it
I
would be nice if you had some skiers, huh?
I feel like Phil of the Future is one of those shows, though, that if I look back on it now, I will without a doubt find at least a couple of episodes where I'll be like, that awakens one of my childhood fetishes, that awakens one of my childhood kinks. That's the curse of going back to watch things that are like watch or read or whatever things that I grew up with. It's like,
Oh, that's where that came from.
yeah.
See, I'm like, kinks and fetishes may form from childhood experiences, but I don't think you have childhood kinks or fetishes.
Oh,
I
kinks.
don't know.
Kinks I developed from when I was a child. Like, I distinctly remember as a preteen reading a book which ostensibly was not in the least bit sexual, but just having, like, weird things that I turned out to be interested in. And I remember distinctly having the feeling, oh, this certainly makes me feel weird. I don't know why, but I know I shouldn't tell anyone about this. Just instinctively. Did anyone else have that as a teen? Was that just me?
You'll have to say that again. I apologize. There was a lot of loud noises.
Like, when, with something that you would later realize, oh, this is a kink thing.
Oh,
Like, as
Yeah, that happened a
a
lot.
kid or a teen, just having that moment of, I don't know why, but this makes me feel weird, and I know I shouldn't tell anyone about it.
oh my God. Yeah, that's a that's a whole thing. Yep, agreed.
You know what would be really sexy? Eating food off each other. You didn't do the dishes, did you, honey? I
I-
did not.
Gosh.
I don't know how to
Is
react
that
to that.
some?
I'll be
Is
very
that
honest.
from something?
Just it just popped up on my feed.
I don't know if I've lived that experience in particular, but
It's
You know.
just that that sitcom about Asian Americans with the guy going, "Your experiences are not universal."
yeah. Okay. Right, I can stop playing the game now. I've done the thing.
You did it!
I did it.
I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that. It's over. It's finally over. The nightmares. And if anyone got that reference, you're a Star Wars nerd that I can appreciate. Not to spend all my hard-earned winnings on things that'll let me play the game some more.
Oh. You doing okay there, buddy?
Yeah, I guess.
Are you sure?
No.
Oh dear.
But it's fine. I'll be
Is
fine.
is it?
Yes. It's fine.
Okay.
Yep. I turned into Piglet for a second. No, it's fine. I'll be okay.
Forgot how old Piglet sounds.
He has a wheeze. It's really hard to do without just sounding like an old man.
Hmm.
Although it is voiced by the same person. Sorry. The person who voiced Piglet also did the voice of that one peasant in Emperor's New Groove. And it bothers me every single time I watch that film. Although bothers is a strong word. It's immediately in my face of like, oh my god, that's Piglet. And I don't know how I didn't realize that when it first released. This is a very specific problem, I realize. Huh.
Hmm?
I keep forgetting Nicolas Cage is in this game.
Oh, is that Dead by Daylight?
Yes, I am, in fact, playing the Dead by Daylights.
I thought you were doing a Hunt Showdown until now, and for a moment, for a brief shining moment, I lived in a world where Nicolas Cage was a cowboy shooting zombies in the bayou.
That would be incredible.
I know it would.
What a crossover. He'd have very specific call-out lines. That would be great. Even better, he'd be a boss. He'd play the villain.
Ooh,
He'd
that's
play a
true.
monster. What a game. What a concept. What a dream.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I am so disappointed in the Nicolas Cage DLC for Dead by Daylight because he is only a player character.
He should have been both. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to have a team where I can play as let's say Con Air Nicolas Cage, joined by let's go with The Color from Out of Space Nicolas Cage, National Treasure Nicolas Cage, and Kick-Ass Nicolas Cage, and we're being
nice
hunted
choice.
by Renfield Nicolas Cage, let's say.
Yes.
Like
I
want to have.
I would like the face-off Nicolas Cage. I
Ooh,
think.
that would also be good. Like
Also,
I
Ghost
want it
Rider
to
Nicolas
be.
Cage.
You're so right. I want it to be
Sorry.
completely indecipherable. Like I want to run towards a Nicolas Cage with no knowledge if this is a friend, if this is a friendless Cage or a foeless Cage.
That. Oh my god, that's layered. That's fantastic.
Sleigh bells. Are you jingling? Ring ting tingling too?
Bing bang bing lam boom.
Yeah! Woo! We did it!
Yeah. Hooray!
Alright, let's look at this time lapse. That's always so satisfying to see in action.
My god. Rudolph shit everywhere.
Thanks to
God, it
you,
was all
Christmas
over
is saved. All the machines are back up and running, and every present has been made, wrapped and packed tightly in Santa's sack of infinity, ready for delivery. Unsurprisingly, Ivor's new invention was a flat no from Santa. While it saved us on this occasion, Santa reasoned that the occasion itself was quite niche, and that a spraying machine that covers any surface in a delicious coating of ice cream might not be what the grown-ups of the world need right now. Oh well. Back to the drawing board for Ivor, but at least we'll all get to have fun at our Christmas party. P.S. Santa says that you've shot straight up to the top of the good list.
Hooray!
Yeah!
Congratulations!
Alright, well. That was all of that. I don't totally know what I want to do now. I'll be real. For now, though, I think I will probably have...
Food break?
Yeah, I think I will probably have a break for some food. And in the meantime, let's find something to put on. So at the very least, we can have a nice little wind down.
rest with each other, I guess.
Hmm.
Oh, here we go. This looks like fun. Yeah. Alright, I know what we'll be watching. Pause that. Let's bring this screen up. Not exactly seasonal, but it's a creator that I enjoy just seeing.
Hmm.
What's it like to
You stop that, sir. Not ready yet. Oh. Oh, ad starting soon. Okay. Oh. Well, y'all won't miss much, I promise. Let me set up. Uh. No? Revisiting Goosebumps as an adult. Y'all know I enjoy. I'm a sucker for some horror stuff. So, yeah, for those of y'all who missed it because of commercials, I will be right back with food. But over the dinner break, and possibly just through to the end of the stream at this point, we're going to be watching this video about revisiting Goosebumps as an adult. So, yeah, I'm going to start it up. Y'all will have to tell me what I miss. So make sure you're paying attention.
Take notes, class. There will be a quiz.
As an adult. I remember liking these books a lot when I was a kid. I would reread them over and over and over again because I liked them so much. But how much of that passion for Goosebumps came about because I just didn't know any better? Because I was 10 years old? And how much of it actually holds up over time? In this video, we'll take a look at not only the original Goosebumps books, but also their corresponding TV adaptations, and see how they stack up today. So get ready, because as Goosebumps author R.L. Stine likes to say,
viewers beware, you're in for a scare.
Goosebumps. If you grew
What
up
a
in the
flat
90s,
delivery that
you
guy
were
has.
probably aware of this best-selling children's horror book series. Goosebumps was a phenomenon, spanning all kinds of merchandise, including, just kidding, it's not that type of video. You're welcome, by the way.
So let's just jump into it.
With the upcoming Goosebumps series releasing in the next few weeks on Disney Plus and Hulu, it got me feeling all kinds of nostalgic. So I figure it's a great time to take a look back at the original books and their original TV adaptations.
Did you just walk by? No, I was brushing my teeth.
I'm sure they've aged like fine wine.
I love this stuff. I love old stuff. Only come here if you like that stuff.
So in this video, we're going to start off by checking out the original 4 stories, the classics. Okay, so I was originally going to do the first 4 stories. I even posted a teaser on Twitter showing it off, but as it turns out, I apparently had a lot more to say about Goosebumps than I thought I did, so we're only doing the first 2 stories in this video. Yeah, I know it's disappointing. I'm disappointed too, okay? But you know what? Life is disappointing. So you'd better get used to it and stop taking it out on me, a random guy on the internet you don't even know. Anyway, if you want to see any of my future videos on Goosebumps, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Alright, you may wonder how we're going to go about this. Well, I'll go through each book's story first, and as I talk about each book, I'll show clips of the corresponding TV episode, because otherwise the entire video would just be like me holding a book. I think it goes without saying, we're not getting on the YouTube trending tab like that. Some of the books don't have a corresponding TV episode. Not pointing any fingers, but maybe certain ones that aren't in this video, but that's a problem for future John.
Damn it!
After giving my thoughts on each story, both the book and the TV episode, I'll give each of them a fun little rating. On a scale of 1 to 5, I will be rating how scary was it? This will be represented by the category Spine Shivers. How funny was it? Represented by the category Funny Bones. And finally, how good was the twist, if there was one? And this will be represented by the category Closet Skeletons. For example, if it wasn't scary, but it was really funny and had a mediocre twist, well then that would be 1 spine shiver, 5 funny bones, and 2 closet skeletons. And yes, I'm aware all 3 categories are bone related, okay?
Winter's bone.
The first book in the original Goosebumps series, published all the way back in July 1992. Goosebumps number 1, Welcome to Dead House. Just a little background on Welcome to Dead House. It's a bit different than the other books in the series. Author R.L. Stine hadn't quite nailed down the playful tone that the series was known for later on, so Welcome to Dead House is a very serious book in contrast to later books in the series. We'll get to those later. Or maybe we won't. I won't throw a fit if we don't do a deep dive into Chicken personally. Anyway, back to Welcome to Dead House. Before we get into the story, let's take a moment to admire the cover art. One of the reasons Goosebumps was such a successful book series, even the best-selling children's book series of all time until a certain Harry Potter came along, is due to the cover art by artist Tim Jacobus. As Goosebumps cover art goes, Welcome to Dead House isn't that special. It's iconic because it was the first book in the series, and the so-called Dead House looks pretty intimidating, but it's pretty mediocre in the grand scheme of Goosebumps covers. Tell you what, I'm even gonna rate it. I'm giving the cover 2 creepy covers out of 5. If you've got a better suggestion for these category names, by the way, I am all ears. And no, I don't want to talk about the classic Goosebumps updated cover. For me, it's Tim Jacobus or bust. Fun little bit of trivia for this cover, it's very similar to another book cover Jacobus illustrated for a book called Deadly Impulse. Except I kind of prefer this one. I like the shadow a lot more than whatever this thing in the window is. Alright, that's enough about the outside of the book. Let's get into the inside of the book. The story centers around the Benson family. Specifically, siblings Amanda and Josh. The story is told from Amanda's perspective. The Bensons move into a new house in a town called Dark Falls.
Dark Falls. A dumb name for a town.
Good one, Josh. An interesting difference between the book and the TV adaptation is that in the book, the house is left to them by the dad's great uncle Charles, who they've never heard of before. But in the show, it's a house that they just bought for cheap from the realtor, Mr. Dawes.
I'm Coughlin Dawes of Dark Falls Realty.
Also, in the show, the house, frankly, sucks. But in the book, Amanda comments the house is actually, quote, really neat. I guess it makes sense that in the more visual medium, they decided to make the house look scary, but I think it actually works better in the book when it's described as a totally normal house. It makes all the creepy stuff that happens later on contrast better. Are you writing this down, R.L. Stine? I know you're watching this.
Viewers beware, you're in for a scare.
Amanda is exploring her new house when she suddenly sees, what's that in the doorway? A Redditor? You mean to tell me a Redditor came back as a ghost to haunt this house? Must have had low karma. Okay, you don't get the joke. Allow me to explain. So on the website Reddit, karma is the rating system that they developed. All right, where was I? Right, so at this point, Josh and the Benson dog Petey disappear, and the entirety of chapter 2 is the family looking for them. Don't worry though, they find them. The Bensons go back to their hometown, and Amanda spends some time with her friend Kathy, a character who's not in the TV episode at all. When they finally move in, Amanda spies a boy standing in the window. Now, this is something that happens in the first 5 minutes of the TV show, but in the book, it happens all the way on page 28, which is like a fourth way through the story. So as you may have guessed, the book starts off pretty slowly. There are entire chapters just dedicated to building tension. For example, after Amanda sees the boy in the window, the entirety of chapter 4 is just Amanda looking around the house for him. But in the show, it's just like 45 seconds of her walking around. One of the hallmarks of a classic Goosebumps story is the sibling dynamic. The entirety of chapter 5 of the book is just Josh and Amanda pranking each other. R.L. Stine likes to do this thing where he leaves you on a cliffhanger at the end of one chapter, and then at the beginning of the next chapter, he reveals that the sinister thing you thought was happening before was actually something totally harmless, like Amanda's little brother Josh playing a prank. Another trademark characteristic in the Goosebumps sibling dynamic are all the wisecracks.
I think it fits in perfectly with the style of house. Old and rotting.
For example, the dad talks about a window pane here, and Josh just randomly quips, "Amanda is a pain." This is classic Goosebumps sibling banter. I don't know if I'm just remembering them differently, but from what I remember, the later Goosebumps books have really annoying siblings in them, so I was pleasantly surprised in Welcome to the Dead House when Josh and Amanda are actually kind of tolerable, even a little funny at times.
Great, we're moving to a place that's totally dead.
It's at this point that the book really starts to ramp up. Amanda sees a smiling girl on top of the stairs, and she hears whispering and giggling in random rooms of the house, and even in her closet. It's a surprisingly creepy atmosphere in the book version of the house, and unfortunately, it's an atmosphere that the TV episode fumbles pretty hard. I try to give the TV episode some slack because they were trying to fit a 120-page book into a 44-minute runtime TV show.
What did
But
I
still,
miss,
there's
everyone?
some things that really didn't
good night,
land.
J-Dad.
Instead of a smiling girl on top of the stairs, the show has this goofy sequence.
Get up while you can. Get away.
I mean, come on. Now, I know you're probably thinking, well, it's a kid's show, but the thing is, there are some episodes of Goosebumps that slap, okay? And they're very capable of making genuinely creepy moments. This just wasn't one of them. Also, there's never any whispering or giggling in the show, although there is a moment where Amanda wakes up to some random yelling. It's a lot less subtle than the whispering and the giggling described in the book, and it doesn't work as well. So back to the book, about halfway through the story, they meet a neighborhood boy named Ray Thurston. Ray seems nice enough at first, though Amanda quickly recognizes him as the boy she saw in her room. That's right, he's the mysterious Redditor. They also meet Ray in the TV show, and the interaction with him is almost verbatim how it's portrayed in the book.
Do I know you?
I'm Ray.
You were in our house.
I was in your house?
I saw you.
I haven't been in that house in a long time.
In a long time?
I used to live in that house
You did?
when I first moved to Dark Falls.
Amanda and Josh quickly find out that Ray's not the only one who used to live in their house. Their new friend, Karen Somerset, also tells them she used to live there. There's a sequence where the neighborhood kids start closing around Amanda and Josh. In the show, Ray's the one who interrupts whatever was about to happen, but in the book, it's the realtor, Mr. Dawes. I really like how the scene was written in the book because Amanda and Josh are having a seemingly normal interaction with the neighborhood kids until she realizes that they have surrounded them. The way it's written, it leaves open the possibility that Amanda could be imagining it. On the show, though, they make it really overt.
Hey guys, what's going on?
I get it, though. It's hard to depict that kind of feeling visually. It's worth noting at this point that their dog Petey has been barking at literally everyone in Dark Falls. He barks at Mr. Dawes.
He's breaking down
He barks
Goosebumps.
at random neighbors.
Ah.
He barks at the neighborhood
Thank
kids.
you, thank you. Is this entire town
Petey
just a
hates
bunch?
these guys.
Just a
And
bunch
So do I.
of ghosts?
Anytime I see a dog bark at someone like they don't trust them, I immediately take the dog's side. I don't know what you did, but it must have been bad. It's around chapter
Fair.
11 that the
Fair
action
point.
starts to pick up. Petey goes missing, and it's up
Also,
to the
I
kids
probably
to find
am
him.
going
Josh
to-
thinks Petey's in the cemetery.
I
which is where they
probably
found
am
the dog
going
when he went
to
missing back in chapter 2.
end
On the
stream
way there,
after dinner.
They discovered that they're being
But I'm having fun.
stalked by a redditor.
I
Yep,
hope
it's
you are
Ray.
too.
And Ray gets really aggressive about them not going to the cemetery. He thinks it's a really bad idea. They find out that the town has meetings in the cemetery. This is one of the major deviations between the book and the show. In the show, they're actually having a full town meeting.
Welcome to Dead
right then.
House.
But in the book,
I
they
have
just find
never
an empty
read any
amphitheater.
of
Now, this
the,
part of the book is actually
any
a
of
really cool
the
reveal.
Goosebumps
They find
books
Petey in the
before.
cemetery, but he doesn't recognize them, and he keeps running away. While they're chasing him, Amanda stumbles upon a gravestone. The name on that gravestone? Karen Somerset, her friend that said she used to live in Amanda's house. They also find the names of all the neighborhood kids on gravestones in the area, including the Redditor himself, Ray Thurston. And the
That's-
jig is up.
Oh, that's
As it
fucked.
turns out, all the neighborhood kids are ghouls, and they've been dead for a long time.
Ghouls?
This is a really cool
Ghouls?
reveal.
Not
Unfortunately,
ghosts? Ghouls?
It's followed by a not so cool reveal. Ray reveals that Petey has been barking at them because they're dead, and dogs, quote, always know, which is why they, quote, have to go. Yup, that's right. Petey's dead. Ray even says
Wow.
they killed the dogs first.
Oh,
Come on,
that's
man.
fucked.
I know you hadn't quite nailed down the tone of this children's book series quite yet, but I would think it's a really obvious rule that you don't kill the family dog. Are you writing this down, Arlstein? Can we get a rewrite? Ray further reveals that the ghouls of the town need fresh blood. It's at this point that Josh starts melting Ray with his halogen flashlight, because as it turns out, the ghouls are weak to light. The description in the book is pretty
Huh?
visceral, actually.
Oh
It
my
talks about
God.
Ray's eyeballs rolling out of his sockets.
Oh,
and
God.
everything. Ugh. Even though they melted Ray, the kids aren't safe yet. They run home to warn their mom and dad, who are away at a party. But for some reason, Karen's in their house, along with all the other neighborhood kids.
Uh-oh.
Some kid named Jerry Franklin cracks a really weird joke here. The kids start repeating that they used to live in Amanda and Josh's house. And then Jerry cracks, and now guess what? Now we're dead in your house. Huh? Okay, listen, Jerry.
Jerry.
Not everyone is cut out for a career in comedy.
Jerry,
Gave it your
come
best
on.
shot. Not everyone can be as funny as me, right, everybody? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm way better than that Jerry guy, right?
So true.
I'm way better than this dead kid in the book, right? Amanda laments that Karen seemed so nice, and one of the other kids says, "We were all nice, but now we're dead." What, you can't be both nice and dead?
That's
Well, I
a
guess
little
that makes sense. I mean,
reductive,
we've
I
proven
guess.
that you can't be funny and dead, right, Jerry? Karen reveals that there
Get
was
dunked
no
on,
critical
Jerry.
knowledge left in the house. It was just a trick to get new, fresh blood for the town. Thankfully, the realtor, Mr. Dawes, shows up just in time and whisks the kids away in his car. He takes them back to the cemetery to meet up with Amanda and Josh's parents, but on their way there, Josh trips over a gravestone. A gravestone that reads Compton Dawes. So yeah, they used the same twist twice. Not my favorite, but it was good the first time, so, you know, it's fine. Mr. Dawes reveals that the town had a plastics factory accident that killed everyone in Dark Falls. And
What?
then he says one of the creepiest lines in the book. He tells Amanda that it doesn't hurt to die. You know, it's kind of incredible that this was the best-selling children's book series for a while.
What
There's some
the
pretty, like,
fuck?
genuinely creepy moments and lines in here. I kind of can't believe that I was reading this in the 3rd or 4th
What
grade
the
or whatever.
fuck?
Anyway, the kids escape from Mr. Dawes and find their parents held hostage in the amphitheater by
Oh, that
pretty much
is
the whole
so
town.
fucked
They're
up.
about to kill them or something. It's daytime now, and they notice that there's a dead tree blocking the light from the amphitheater, so they decide to push the tree out of the way. Sunlight fills the amphitheater, and we get more graphic descriptions of the Dark Falls townsfolk melting in the sunlight. Look, Karen Somerset's eyes rolled out of her sockets too. The family's reunited, and they decide to move back to their hometown ASAP. Good idea. As Amanda's leaving Dead House, she sees a new family move in. She simply tells them, "I used to live in your house," before getting in the car with her family and speeding away. Wow, that is ice cold, Amanda. Not even gonna warn them? She mentions that she thinks she sees Mr. Dawes standing on the porch with his clipboard, but it's never confirmed. You could make the argument that she thinks that all the townsfolk are vanquished because she saw all of them in the amphitheater before it was flooded with sunlight. But
Yeah.
if Mr. It Doesn't Hurt to Die is still hanging around, it kind of seems like the new family's in danger. I don't know. As endings go, it's not that bad. It kind of leaves open the possibility that Dark Falls is just going to continue operating like this for the rest of eternity. Now, you may have noticed it's been a while since we've seen a clip from the TV show in this video, and that's because the way that Welcome to Dead House ends in the TV show is nothing like how it ends in the book. For one thing, the show introduces this ugly family heirloom. The Dark Falls townspeople hate it. It's not really explained why they hate it, but more on the wreath later. The show also introduces a neighbor family, the Thurstons.
Knock, knock. Oh, it's your friendly next door neighbor popping in with breakfast.
Mysteriously, the Thurstons don't have a son named Ray. Instead, they have a daughter.
Wait till you meet my daughter Karen. She's 13. She's gonna be just thrilled that our new neighbors have kids.
I'm not sure exactly why they decided to change Karen Somerset to Karen Thurston in the show, but they basically ended up fusing the characters of Karen Somerset and Ray Thurston together into one character, which is fine because the show's version of Ray basically just stands around in the background.
Just hanging around.
Karen shows up around the time the kids are circling in on Josh and Amanda.
My mom told me we had new neighbors.
And she even hangs out with Amanda a few times.
What's that thing over your fireplace? If I were you, I'd get rid of it before something really bad happens.
Get rid of our family heirloom? Wreath never do that. I want you to know something. I'm not sorry. When Petey goes missing and the kids go searching for him, they stumble upon the cemetery.
Josh, look where we are.
Like I showed you earlier, the whole town's meeting in the cemetery, where they're just openly plotting when they'll eat the Benson family.
By sunset, we'll all eat.
Ray the Redditor shows up and has the gall to ask this question.
Do you remember me?
No, Ray. They have seen you one single time. It's
Good
funny
point.
because in the books, they hang out with Ray and the neighborhood kids for like weeks and weeks, playing baseball, hanging out at the school playground. It's like a dollar store version of the Sandlot over there. But in the show, we just get one scene with Ray where he says some weird things
I haven't been in that house in a long time.
before he tips his fedora at them and leaves. And that's it. So no, Ray, we don't remember you. And I hope that hurts your feelings. Back at the Benson house, the Thurstons are over for dinner, and it's going about as well as you might expect.
The sun is supposed to come out this afternoon.
Amanda and Josh get chased out of the cemetery by the townspeople, who just couldn't wait another minute to start feasting on them. When they come back home, the Bensons are all in a panic.
Grab a table wherever you can. Lock the door.
The Thurstons pretend that they're in the same boat, and that they also have to avoid the Dark Falls schools.
We thought that they were gone for good.
But then something interesting happens. They come up with the idea to destroy that family wreath they hate so much.
It's that wreath. Mom, we have to destroy it. It's just a wreath. And those are just walking dead people outside.
I've always hated that thing.
So Mother Benson throws the wreath in the fireplace, and as it turns out, that was a bad move.
You thought that wreath would keep you safe. Well, you were right.
The wreath is an interesting twist to the TV show that kind of fills in some gaps from the book, actually. Like, in the book, the Bensons live in Dark Falls for days and days. Like I said, they hang out and play baseball at the school playground for weeks and weeks. And they're in seemingly no danger. But in the show, it's revealed that if it wasn't for the wreath, the Dark Falls dead would have just eaten them right away. It makes you wonder what the Dark Falls dead were waiting for in the book. There's a couple times that Ray Thurston mentions that he's, quote, the Watcher, and his job is to watch the family that moves into Dead House to make sure they don't figure things out too quickly.
Watcher. I lived in your house. Your room was my room.
but it doesn't explain why the ghouls don't just descend on the house right away. It's not a big deal, but it's one part where I thought the show provided an elegant solution. So anyway, the Bensons are getting swarmed by dead people in their house, yada yada yada.
Mr. Dawes is a real good salesman.
And they get chased all the way to their attic before Amanda and Josh get a bright idea. Seizing the opportunity, the Bensons make a break for the car.
Now I know everyone around here wore hats.
Interestingly, Mr. Dawes shows up here to plead with them to stay.
Is there something you don't like about the house?
But it's too late. The Bensons are out of there.
Come back! Come back! Dark Falls needs you! I'm hungry!
You know, I really prefer the book to the show in almost every respect, but I do like Mr. Dawes' sudden change of expression at the end there as he reveals his true nature. It's not bad for a kid's show. You may be wondering how the show handles the situation with Petey. Well, on their way out of town, they spot Petey in the road and invite him into the car, only to quickly discover something's wrong with Petey. Oh, that black and white filter. Wow. They really don't make them like this anymore, huh?
Petey, for a dog, you're a great actor. You really scared me when you played Dead.
So, that's Welcome to Dead House. You know what time it is now?
No, I
It's
don't.
time to rate it. All right, let's see. The first category is spine shivers, or how scary it was. I think I give the book 4 spine shivers out of 5.
Oh, wow.
Some of the lines, like Mr. Dawes, "It doesn't hurt to die, Amanda," were pretty memorable. And the story overall was a little more graphic in its descriptions than I remember other stories being. I had to read about 2 different kid ghouls having their eyes, quote, roll out of their sockets. No thanks. For the show, I think I'd give it 3 spine shivers. It lost a lot of the subtlety from the book, and there was that goofy sequence with the girl saying, "Get away!" in Amanda's room. Still, the chase sequence where the whole town was after Josh and Amanda in the cemetery was really well done. Could have been worse. Next category is funny bones, or how comedic it was. I gotta give the book 0 funny bones. It's just not funny at all. Not even Jerry's side-splitting joke about being, quote, dead in your house or whatever. It's like, sorry, Jerry, but there's a reason your last name is Franklin and not Seinfeld. Right, guys? The show wasn't that funny either, so I think this is a 0 funny bones scenario for the show, too. Finally, the last category is closet skeletons, or how good the twist was. For the book, I'll give it 2 closet skeletons. The twist is that everyone in the town is dead. But I mean, it's not much of a twist considering all the hints dropped throughout the story. Like Dark Falls. Seriously? I'll give it a bonus closet skeleton for the gravestone reveal though. That was a cool way to do it. But then I'm gonna take away 1 closet skeleton for using it twice. I'm pretty neutral on the ending where Amanda just says she used to live in their house. Like, that's fine. It's not awesome or anything. It's just okay. For the show, I'm actually gonna give it just 1 closet skeleton. Everything's too overt in the TV adaptation. The house is old and creepy. The residents are really over the top. They're really obvious about how much they hate the wreath. Just nothing is that much of a surprise. Also, there's inexplicably no gravestone reveal, even though they go to the cemetery. Some wasted opportunity
That
there.
weird.
And now for the overall grade. I'm gonna give the book a solid B. And the show, I'll give it a C. You know, I might adjust these grades later if we get like 20 stories into this and I realize that Welcome to Dead House is actually really good in comparison to all the rest. But right now, these are my first impressions. So yeah, Welcome to Dead House. A bit more mature in its themes than what would end up coming out of the Goosebumps series later. And it's not exactly the most fun or wacky storyline, but what it lacked in fun, it made up for in fear. As far as Welcome to Dead House's influence and legacy on the Goosebumps series as a whole, it never got a sequel. In fact, to my knowledge, there's no reference to Dark Falls or Dead House in any other
That's
Goosebumps
weird.
book that's come out since.
It feels like kind of
Some of the more
a
popular titles in the series
underutilized
can
option.
get 2 or
Not
even
option,
3 more sequels.
underutilized
We'll get to those
potential.
later. But yeah, just the one for Deadhouse. If I had to guess, it's probably partly to preserve the ambiguity of the ending, which is fine. Right, on to the next one. New shirt. John Wolf here, the internet's busiest Goosebumps nerd, here with another story review, and this time we're talking about the second book in the series, Stay Out of the Basement.
Have you considered staying out of the basement?
Along the first book, Welcome to Deadhouse. Hey, we just talked about that one. Anyway, since this was published simultaneously with Deadhouse, Stay Out of the Basement also has a darker tone to it than the later Goosebumps stories. The difference, though, is that this one is kind of funny sometimes, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, let's get to that cover. So remember earlier when I said it was Tim Jacobus or bust? Well, this is one of the only original Goosebumps covers not illustrated by Jacobus. It was illustrated by a guy named Jim Thyssen, and it's the only Goosebumps cover he illustrated. Interestingly, Tim Jacobus' artwork has been used for later editions of Stay Out of the Basement, like this one, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I actually prefer the original cover. Just look at that ominous
It's a lot
hand.
subtler,
And it's completely
yeah.
dark in there, too. I really like this illustration, and I also like the blue-green color scheme. Now that I'm seeing it, actually, I wasn't exactly wild about Deadhouse and the double purple. The cover color scheme is important. I'm giving this one a solid 4 out of 5 creepy covers. We're off to a good start even before we get into the story, which we'll be doing now. Great segue, John. The story centers around the Brewer family, mainly the two kids, Margaret and Casey, and their mysterious dad, Dr. Brewer.
Oh, he's a doctor.
There's also a Mrs. Brewer, but she kind of sucks. We'll get into that later. The first thing I noticed about Stay Out of the Basement was on the very first page. It's written in third person. Almost every Goosebumps book is written in first person, so this really threw me off at first. After a while, though, I got used to it. Anyway, the first chapter is just Casey and Margaret throwing the frisbee around and talking about their dad's work situation. You see, Dr. Brewer was a scientist at a company called Polytech, but was recently fired. So he's been working from home in the basement, and he has been acting really aloof lately. Margaret even laments that he doesn't even refer to her affectionately anymore.
He's even stopped calling me princess.
I thought you hated that.
The kids decide to go down to the basement to check on him before getting an earful.
Stay out of the basement!
He said it! He said the thing, he said the title! So interestingly, the book and the show handle this pivotal early scene pretty differently. In the book, he screams this phrase at them from the bottom of the stairs. But in the TV show, he screams at them from the top of the stairs. In the show, Dr. Brewer's just hanging out in the house, but in the book, Margaret notes that he's somehow just cut his hand while working down there, and it's bleeding on his lab coat. So anyway, as you may have gathered by now, Dr. Brewer's very private about what happens in that basement, and he won't stop banging on about it.
I just don't want you down in the basement. Did you go into the basement? Don't forget what I said about the basement. You in the basement?
Basement, basement, basement. Just give it a rest already. At the beginning of chapter 2,
Guy loves his
Mrs. Brewer
basements,
leaves
I
on a trip
guess.
to go see her sister, Aunt Eleanor, who's in the hospital.
I'm counting on you two to take good care of your father.
So Dr. Brewer takes Mrs. Brewer to the airport, and the kids are left home alone. It's really hard to say Brewer, by the way. Dr. Brewer. This sounds like I'm saying nothing. Dr. Brewer. Dr. Brewer. In the book, Margaret's friend Diane is off for this part, but there's no such character in the TV episode. That's fine, really, because Diane's pretty much only there to be the rebellious friend who convinces them to go check out the basement. In the show, though, Margaret just hears a weird noise.
What was that?
The kids decide to check out the basement, and as it turns out, the basement is full of plants. It's so humid down there, Casey takes his sweater off.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Casey's kind of a weirdo. Let's talk about Casey for a second, actually, because one interesting difference between the book and the show is that in the book, Casey is a little brat. You're gross, Margaret. Lucky catch, fatso. Make me a sandwich, Margaret. And naturally, when they're exploring the basement, Casey even treats us to another epic sibling prank. The Goosebumps Act 1 staple. Meanwhile, in the show, Margaret and Casey kind of just work together the whole time. I mentioned earlier that I really liked Amanda and Josh's sibling dynamic, and that I remember later books having much more annoying siblings. But Stay Out of the Basement, for the most part, has an okay sibling dynamic. It's a bit more wholesome in the show than in the book, but Margaret and Casey work together pretty well. I'm getting this pair a solid 3 bickering siblings out of 5. Just kidding, we don't need to rate everything. But just for the record, they would get a 3. Anyway, Dr. Brewer's mysterious basement plants turn out to be pretty noisy.
Listen, it sounds like the plants are breathing.
Margaret even notices she can hear some of them breathing.
Okay, I don't,
looks like Dr.
don't like
Brewer's home
that.
from dropping Mom off at the airport.
Uh-oh.
Why is he honking? Beep, beep. Hey, kids. Hope you're not in the middle of doing anything I wouldn't approve of.
You in the basement?
Casey suddenly realizes that he left his sweater in the basement.
I gotta get it, Dad. I'll know we've been down there.
The book actually does
You
something pretty cool
dummy.
here with its third-person perspective. While the first 5 chapters centered around Margaret's experience, it shifts to Casey's for this chapter, and we get to experience the basement again from his point of view. Unfortunately, Mr. Stein doesn't really do much with it. Casey takes like 4 pages to pick his shirt up. So, Dad catches them, and he's very disappointed that they disobeyed him. From this point on in the story, Margaret starts piecing together some puzzling clues about Dr. Brewer. Everything seems to point at something being kind of off about him. Margaret notices that Dad is always wearing a Los Angeles Dodgers cap. He never takes it off. It's kind of funny because in the show, they can't use the Dodgers logo, so they just have him wearing a cap with an S on it instead.
S.
Although they act like it's a team logo anyway.
Hey, Dad, what's with the cap? I thought you hated baseball.
Ah yes, the Los Angeles S's. My favorite team. I used to draw their logo in my notebooks at school growing up. Margaret keeps catching Dad doing weird stuff. One of the funniest being the scene of him scarfing down plant food.
Oh.
In the show, they even take it a step further and show him gulping down like a gallon of water.
Dad.
This is what I meant earlier when I said, stay out of the basement. It's a little funny. Just look at him. He's really going for it. Next, Margaret spies on him and sees not only some green liquid coming out of a cut in his arm, but also my man's got leaves growing out of his head. The book handles this a little differently than the show. In the book, these are 2 separate incidents, but you get the idea. They're discovering some freaky stuff about him. Finally, and I think this is the funniest one, the kids discover that Dr. Brewer is sleeping on a bed made of dirt and earthworms. I mean, come on. He's just sleeping on a bunch of worms? Why? What would he need the worms for?
Worms are their money. The bones are their dollars.
Margaret confronts Dr. Brewer about his leaf hair, and he
That's
assures her
baffling,
it's just
actually,
a
yeah.
side effect of his work in the basement. He reveals to the kids that he's working on something
Very, very unusual.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to build a plant that is part
plant and part animal.
What?
Huh?
I can't say anymore.
Then Dr. Brewer makes some gross plant soup for the kids, and he really wants them to eat it.
Pick up your spoons and eat it.
Unfortunately, his interrogation gets interrupted by a home visit from his former boss, Mr. Martinez, or should I say, Dr. Merrick?
Dr. Merrick.
And the kids shovel the suspicious plant soup into the trash. Yeah, in the book, Dr. Brewer's boss is Mr. Martinez. In the show, it's Dr. Merrick. I don't know why they changed the name. It's like in Welcome to Deadhouse when they changed the character's name from Karen Somerset to Karen Thurston. Except in that scenario, she was kind of a different character. But here, Mr. Martinez and Dr. Merrick are exactly the same character, so I don't know. Dr. Merrick disappears into Dr. Brewer's basement to check out his work because, as it turns out, he didn't want to fire Dr. Brewer.
You know, I've always supported your work. It wasn't my idea to let you go. The board forced me.
But the thing is, he never comes out of the basement.
I didn't see him leave.
Are you interrogating me, Margaret?
There's an extra scene here in the show where Casey gets strangled by a rogue plant vine. And I guess they did that so they'd have a cliffhanger because this is a 2-parter episode, just like Welcome to Deadhouse. Welcome to Deadhouse had a couple of TV exclusive additions too, like the family wreath. But I think the family wreath was way better than the strangling vine. You know, in any case, I did want to note, though, that not every Goosebumps TV episode was a 2-parter, so we got lucky for this video that both episodes were 2-parters, so we get a lot of extra details. You know, not every story got so lucky, but we'll talk about that another day. I really don't like Monster Blood, if you haven't picked up on that by now.
I
Fed
haven't,
up with their
so that's
shenanigans,
very nice to
Dr.
hear.
Brewer installs a lock on the basement door. In the book, he did this way back in chapter 7, but in the show, he does it towards the end.
I'm going out for a little while. I'll be back in a couple of hours.
It's at this point, the books and the show take a pretty major deviation. In the show, Margaret wants to call her mom, but she can't find the phone number.
I think Dad took it. He didn't want us to call Mom.
So she and Casey go to Dr. Brewer's room to snoop around. They end up getting an answering machine message from Dr. Merrick's wife, who says he never came home.
Uh-oh.
I was wondering if my husband was
Uh-oh.
there. I'm a little
Oh,
worried.
no.
He was supposed to be home hours ago.
Suddenly, what's that? Uh-oh, Dad's back. At this point, it's just like, come on, dude. You can't be territorial about every room in the house. Where do you want them to go?
I want you back in your room. Is that clear?
Oh, all right, fair enough. Margaret hides from Dr. Brewer under the bed and sees him drop Dr. Merrick's wallet. In the book, Casey's actually the one who finds the wallet. He finds Dr. Merrick's, Mr. Martinez's wallet and a pile of his clothes down on the floor in the basement. In both scenarios, though, the kids reach the same conclusion.
I have to know the truth. And I have a feeling the truth is in the basement.
It's time to get to the bottom of this. Literally.
I mean, they probably could have just
Oh, come
called
on,
the
that one
police
wasn't
at
so
that point.
bad. The kids head down to the basement. In the show, they come with Weed Killer. You'll find out what that's for later. While exploring the basement, they discover a lot of creepy plant-human hybrids. Although the ones in the show aren't as crazy as the ones in the books. There's this hand plant thing, and then one of the plants has a face. This one actually creeped me out as a kid, to be fair. But the book has one I wish they had made in the show. There's this tomato that has a human nose and mouth.
What?
And it's described as uttering mournful sighs. That would have been cool to see. Margaret and Casey hear banging from the supply closet.
Who's there?
And they open it to discover their dad.
Dad? It's Dad! That's not Dad! No, stop! Casey, let go of me! What's wrong with you? It's Dad! It can't be Dad! Dad left, remember?
Unfortunately, there's a lot of distrust between the two kids and what appears to be Dr. Brewer's twin. I mean, where's his trademark Dodgers cap? Dr. Brewer quickly tries to explain the situation.
No, that wasn't me. I've been locked up in that closet for days.
Huh? But how? We saw you.
No, it wasn't me. It's a plant. It's a plant copy of me.
Why did you make a plant copy of yourself?
That's right. It's all coming together now.
So,
that's why he
what?
was sleeping on a bed of dirt and worms and eating plant food. Say, what normally eats plant food? Oh, that's right, plants. This is what I mean. Stay in the basement. A little funny. It's a little funny once you start thinking about it. Because, like, why would Plant Dad need to sleep in dirt? Does he have roots? What is he... Again, what are the worms for?
The bones are their money. So are the worms.
Margaret decides to free No Hat Dad, but then Dodgers Cap Dad shows up.
I'm your real father.
The two dads argue back and forth about who's the real one and who's the plant copy. Margaret holds both of them at Weed Killer point, trying to decide who to spray. That's when No Hat Dad plays his trump card.
Please. Princess. Princess.
So Margaret sprays Mr. Dodger's Cap, who turns out to be the true Plant Dad. This scene makes a lot more sense in the book, but, you know, like certain things in Welcome to Dead House, they had to remove some of the more mature themes for the TV show. So let me explain. So in the book, the real Dr. Brewer picks up an axe to defend himself, but in the show, it's just a pry bar. In the same vein, the book doesn't have the kids using Weed Killer at all. Instead, for the Plant Dad versus Human Dad confrontation, Margaret's wielding the axe Dr. Brewer originally picked up. And most shockingly, the way she figures out which dad is real is she stabs her real dad to see what color blood comes out. Because remember how there was green blood coming out of Plant Dad's cut earlier? But also in the very first chapter, how it details that Human Dad had red blood coming from the same cut. So yeah, the stabbing method works, and the real Dr. Brewer ends up chopping Plant Dad in two with the axe. Yeesh. I remember
Holy
experiencing
shit,
this story as a
that's
kid, and
wild.
the concept of an imposter parent was so scary to me. Especially this weird plant guy who you really couldn't understand their motivations for doing what they did, even after the fact. Like, what was the plant dad's strategy exactly? Was he trying to turn the kids into plants? But then what? Well, he has a little plant family. Then he invites neighbors over for more nasty green soup until they have a little plant town. It's not made clear what Plant Dad wanted out of all this. It's even less clear in the show because at the end he tells Margaret to spray her real dad with weed killer, which would do nothing to him since he's not a plant.
Attack him. Now. Before it's too late. Destroy him.
So let's say Margaret did spray her real dad with weed killer. Wouldn't she just spray him right after she figured out nothing happened? It's the kind of thing that works better in the book when it's not weed killer, it's an axe. Also, in the book's last chapter, the rescued Dr. Merrick apparently gives Dr. Brewer his old job back. Now, I don't know about you, but if someone made an evil plant clone of themselves and that evil plant clone kidnapped me and threw me tied up into their basement closet, yeah, I don't think they'd be getting their job back. As for how the plant clone happened in the first place, I'll let Dr. Brewer explain.
Well, it was an accident. I cut my hand on a slide, and some of my blood mixed in with some plant molecules, and I ended up with something that was part plant and part human.
You never told me any of this.
Oh yeah, we need to talk about Mrs. Brewer, the worst character in the story. You never told me about any of this. God, read the room, Mrs. Brewer. Your family just went through something traumatic. You should be relieved,
Oh, hey, Tyrus,
not
how's it going?
excited.
You know, when Aunt Eleanor was getting better, she asked me about you two. I said you were both growing like weeds. I never realized how close to the truth I almost was.
Yeah, I'm glad this is all one big
How you
joke to you,
doing,
Mrs.
Tyrus?
Brewer. Are we sure we don't have a plant mom on our hands? It's even worse in the book. For the plant versus human dad confrontation in the basement, she's there too. And her response to the debacle unfolding before her very eyes is to blame the kids. Kids, what have you done? But of course it doesn't stop her from cutting in with this golden line just a few pages later. We're okay. We're all okay. Yeah, no thanks to you.
Everything's going to be fine.
That acting, right? Look out, Daniel Day-Lewis. Anyway, we're actually not done with Stay Out of the Basement yet.
Oh, wait.
Like most Goosebumps books, this one's
that's
got
good.
a twist.
Right?
Margaret.
What?
Margaret, help me. Please
What?
help me. I'm your father. I'm your real father.
Oh, I'm your father.
Ah, yes, the classic "Is it really over?" twist ending from Mr. Stein. Although
What?
to me, this one is clearly a joke. And now it's time for judgment. Let's microanalyze this children's horror book series made for third graders and see how it stacks up under superior adult scrutiny. So how many funny bones do you think this one's gonna get? Well, we'll start with Spine Shivers. I'm giving the book 3 out of 5. The psychological thriller aspect is the highlight of the book, but it doesn't really pay off until the confrontational basement scene. And until then, it's just the kids discovering some increasingly ridiculous clues. The plant food, the leaf hair, the dirt bed. Probably the scariest part pre-basement climax is when Plant Dad tries to feed them his mysterious plant soup, because it's really the only time that he tries to do anything sinister. I think the book could have been scarier if Plant Dad was a little less aloof and a little more insidious.
You're not a mad scientist, are you, Dad?
No, I'm an angry scientist.
As for the show, I'll give it a 3 out of 5 too. The actor for Dr. Brewer does a good job at portraying a man on the edge. Or should I say, a plant on the edge. The basement plants could have been a little creepier like in the books, but overall it did a decent job. For funny bones, I'll give both of them a 2 out of 5.
By the way,
It's worth it just
Tyrus?
for the scene of Plant Dad eagerly devouring
I
plant
don't know
food.
if I'm
And
gonna
for
end
Closet
up doing a
Skeletons,
full
they
stream
both get
like
a
this,
3 out
like
of 5.
normal
I'm
length,
considering
because
the dad was a plant all along climax as the twist ending, and even though it's heavily hinted at throughout the story, stuff like Dad devouring plant food and him serving
Went
the kids
well?
plant soup can be
Ooh.
explained away by him being a mad scientist, not necessarily by him literally being a plant. The flower thing at the end is just a joke, but it's a charming one. I gave a little extra boost to the score for it. Overall grade here, the book and the show both get a solid B from me. They're not the best Goosebumps has to offer, but they're both decent showings. Again, I could change these as we make our way through the series. So, welcome to Dead House and Stay Out of the Basement. 2 solid entries in the Goosebumps series. But our string of good luck ends in the next video. I don't know, maybe it's not as bad as I remember. Let's get back to the subject at hand. When I was reading and watching these first 2 stories, They both strongly reminded me of something. Something dark. Something I hadn't thought about in a long time. Something I had buried back in the recesses of my mind.
What is
I'm
it?
talking, of course, about Troll 2.
Oh.
Troll 2 is a 1990 horror film that has become infamous as one of the funniest bad movies of all time.
If my father discovers you here, he'd cut off your little nuts and eat them.
And you can't piss on hospitality. I won't allow it. They're eating her. And then
They're gonna eat me. Oh my god.
It released only a couple years before the Dead House and Basement books, and a full 6 to 7 years before the TV episodes, but there's a startling number of similarities. Welcome to Dead House and Troll 2 have very similar sinister townsfolk.
It was that bad?
Great place to raise the kids. Kids with a sweet tooth like yours love ice cream.
It's especially apparent in the TV episode where they have the TV exclusive character Agnes Thurston. Check out her exaggerated mannerisms in this scene.
Ever since the chemical factory closed, he practically lives in that workshop of his.
It's really bad.
Now check out the primary antagonist of Troll 2, the Goblin Queen.
I thought you might enjoy one of my ancient recipes.
Ancient recipes?
Dish in these parts. Oh, but you shouldn't have gone to so much trouble. No trouble. Really?
I'm seeing double.
Good morning. I am your neighbor.
Oh, it's your friendly next door neighbor popping in with breakfast. Thank you.
They even look similar. It's probably coincidence, but it really
You can
cracks me to
tell
think that
at
they
some
took
point the cast
inspiration
gave
from an
up on
obscure
making
B-movie.
anything
But
of
just look at
quality.
this.
Yeah.
In this scene, the
That's
protagonist
fair.
family is
That's
sitting down
fair.
to a nice homemade meal. A plant soup meal from the looks of it. Yeah, that's right. The goblins in Troll 2 are vegetarians, so they want to turn these guys into plants by making them eat this stuff. Sound familiar?
Pick up your spoons and eat it.
There's a theme in both Dead House and Basement where the monsters disguise themselves as seemingly normal humans. A theme that's shared in Troll 2.
No! Don't eat this stuff! They're monsters! They're all monsters! If you eat this stuff, they'll kill us! They're goblins!
I'm also having fun with the comparisons at this point, though. I think when it comes to Stay Out of the Basement, seriously, if it's inspired by anything, it's inspired by The Fly. It's a very similar story about a scientist that accidentally mixes his DNA with a fly, just like Dr. Brewer mixed his with a plant. So no, I don't really think Stay Out of the Basement is inspired by Troll 2. It's just funny to think about. It's about as much of a
They're not
stretch
even
as saying
trolls?
It was inspired by the comic strip Calvin and Hobbes. Look, it's just like when Dr. Brewer tried to feed that plant stuff to his kids. R.L. Stein must have read this one and came up with the story. It's funny coming up with this stuff.
I've come here to say one magic word to you.
Yeah?
Cheeseburger.
Hamburgers for everybody. Let's go.
So,
The sinister
is the hit
town of
children's horror book
Nilbog.
series Goosebumps
They're
still scary
actually
as an adult?
called
Well, no, but
Nilbogs.
I'm actually
Oh,
surprised at how
no.
much I enjoyed rereading these books. It was pretty fun, actually. Hopefully, in the next video, assuming this one doesn't totally bomb, we'll have just as much fun checking out the next stories in the series. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to go eat some pea soup and stay indoors. This is what these kinds of channels do, right? Like the nostalgic retro reviewer YouTube channels, they do little skits like this, right? This is fun. What do you think, Mr. Stein?
He's good. He's really good.
All right. Again, I wasn't really intending to do a full stream tonight. I might just look to hang out with people outside of stream tonight, but can't really think of anything else I want to do in particular right now, you know?
Hmm. Well, I'll at least start looking for a potential raid target. In the meantime, I guess if I can think of anything else that I wanted to stream today. I'm just playing it very loosey-goosey, I think. I'm just taking it as it comes today. Not really expecting to do anything in particular with people, you know?
Are you playing it loosey goosey or just funny?
I am a little, being a little funny bunny. Hmm. Yeah, I'll tell y'all what. I'm probably gonna keep hanging out in voice call and just in Discord in general after stream. But you know what? Yeah, I think I do want to end stream early tonight. It's still Christmas break after all, right? I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to decide, hey, I'm gonna do what I want because it's technically a vacation. Oh gosh. All right, let's see. No rules saying a dog can't stream or end stream. So true, bestie. So true. Let me get in my chair. Hmm. Hmm. Look around for little target. Heck is this? What sounds just like a... Oh, no idea what that is. Just talking to myself at this point. Jeez Louise. Oh my god. This version has been going for almost 7 hours. It sounds like they're doing something fun, but I don't know about... I don't know how soon that's gonna... how long... much longer that's gonna go. Alright, here we go. Y'all wanna see some Gunpla? Anyone a fan? We have many Gundam fans in the house. Well, if you don't, tough luck. That's where we're going. There, I'm deciding so I don't keep ambivalent. Soon to be new year, new... What? Oh? Just a really dramatic gasp. I'm trying to figure out... Are they good? What is going on here? Alright, so I know who we're gonna be raiding. Could I get someone to give me a socials command first, though?
Thank you. So, the first link there is my card. If you would like to see pretty much all of the stuff that I do in one fell swoop, or if you would like to get in touch for commissions, consider checking out the card. I'd love to have you check out the card. Can you tell that my head's a little off today? But seriously though, I would suggest checking it out. I've got everything there. So if you're interested. Yeah, I guess I'm just really off my game today. Anyway. The second link is the Discord. If you would like to hang out and get to know me, or get to know any of the wonderful people that are a part of this community, consider perhaps joining the Discord. Because, well, I wouldn't mind getting to know you. I think that would be pretty fun. And, you know, if you want to see any of the community events that we do, which includes the New Year's Eve party, that's going to be coming up in, oh my gosh, less than a week now. If you want to get involved for that community game night, then better join the Discord server. Then we have the Twitter. It's a mess, but it's where I post my schedules here and there. It's also where I post artwork when I feel like it. And then finally, the YouTube, where I put my VODs when I remember, hey, I should probably put my VODs somewhere. I keep forgetting about that. I gotta go do that. And yeah, that is pretty much everything. Like I said earlier this week, I don't really know when my next stream is gonna be. I'm kind of just deciding these things as the day comes and the mood strikes me. So if you want to see me stream again, you know for sure that I am going to be streaming 6 p.m. EST on the 31st for that community night. But I'll also probably be doing stuff between now and then, so, you know, check it out. Alright. That said, it's all those head swaps, gotta slow down on those. What are you? On my... yeah, I think I'm just very tired in the head today. I think I was gonna say, what are you, on my mom's shoulders? But that's nothing. I was trying to make a head joke, but no, that's nothing. Anyway. I'm losing this tonight. Alright. Gonna be raiding Scarecrow Kitsune. Ooh, there's the raid messages. Take the first one. If you're just hanging out, take the second one. If you want to use the sub message, because you have a subscription. Anywho, yeah. Currently, Scarecrow is making a Gunpla. I like Gunpla. It's very small and exact and detailed and everything. It's nice. So, yeah. I don't really have anything else to say. I don't know why I keep stalling. Here's a hug. A smooch, if you prefer. And until I see you again, take care of yourselves. Somebody really cares about you. Alright. Love you all. Good night.